eventually fold.
Good fold.
JRB tells him a good fold. But he doesn't fold before losing $218,000 to JRB.
I looked at the monitor.
Next hand.
One is on the table, my friend.
Huh?
One is on the table.
You have more you fold, right? Sorry? You have more you fold?
I don't think so, because like, you don't have queen jack.
You win the stand up.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't fold when I bet 175. Yeah, I actually thought he would fold 10 jack on the flop.
In that situation, you just say yes.
What are you going to do? You can't fold.
You'd love to see a pure coin flip. Uh-oh.
How much is that?
450.
Easy call.
Once or twice.
You have a pair? Yeah. One pair?
Two.
You have 2 pairs?
Is that no good?
It's good, obviously.
893K pot.
Buddy, it's our money. We're going 3 times.
Twice.
We're going 3 times.
Twice, go, twice.
Stop. It's our money. We're going 3 times.
Wait,
There's no ruling. It's our money. We're going 3 times.
Louis, I think we should let
Huh? Yes, he wanted it and I agreed.
Louis, I think we should let
Matt, we said we agreed.
Fine, 3, go.
One has a problem, right?
3, go, 3.
Okay, you guys can run it 3 times. Chill.
I hope he gets 1.
And just adding $1.5 million.
Oh,
Keep adding, Ben.
I love it.
Love it. Empty that thing out.
what is going on in that bag?
Can I get one of them bags? Brian, give me a bag. What the fuck brand is that bag? The bottomless pit of fucking chips.
Okay, pulling out Monopoly money.
Do you want to get an exact count of JLB's chips? I'll do it for you. 500.
Hey, buddy, stay off my stack. Mind your business.
1,150. What is exactly?
Is that proper etiquette? Them counting me down?
1,285.
Ben's on tilt,
You guys counting me down like
and I'm here for it. Adding 1.5 million over bet
Make the best fold of my life ever here.
with a straight or a flush. Wow, Rob is not raising.
King 10.
Considering folding, this would be
Best fold of
fantastic.
my life. The idea of folding is absurd. 83. How do I not win infinite in this hand? This guy is so disrespectful. That's what he said, right?
The hands that
420.
would probably fold.
Call the clock on the turn. It's 1,000 big blind deep pot. Someone's calling the clock on the turn.
Wesley catching up on some sleep. What are we doing?
you win.
I know I win probably.
Uh-oh.
But just if I'm shoving or not. It's if I shove the river or not. I'm never folding. It's if I shove the river or not. Do I shove or not?
Of course you should.
No, it's pretty close.
Of course you should.
It's definitely close.
Close.
He hasn't got me. No, you're good.
These two used to have beef, Doug and Tom.
Okay, Wesley, you're okay.
If I thought you fucked
There's 2 combos. There's 6-7 suited and King 6 suited.
You folded? Yeah. Let's go.
All right, I'm back in the mix.
Who is this guy?
Did you 3-bet?
I cold call.
I guess now we know how to.
Let's go. Let's go.
Who's left? Just these 2? Hands?
Oh, that's not cold.
Guess what?
The trap was set. However, Rob slithered his way out of it. See how red Tom Blanc's face is there. Really frustrated.
You okay, Tom? That was tough.
Annoyed. Can't even look at him.
Guy's up like 3 million. This is 1 pot. He looks like he's just like on the verge of death.
Zero sympathy.
$125,000 in the biggest pot we've seen so far today, and Tony G on the wrong side of it. $200,000 bet from JRB, and Rob very quickly makes the call, and we've got an $826,000 pot, biggest pot of the night. No, he lets it go. And Keating shows.
This time it was, yeah.
Yeah, it should be 2, yeah. He's 2.
Ben didn't do this time. Well, this time it was.
There's already action, so you can't change action now.
Well,
One thing about you is you always know shit.
And we have a cooler. Top 2 against bottom set. I fear for Alan Keating's stack there. Boat over boat. I fear no more. Keating is going to win a huge one.
No, the only guy putting real chips in the pot. And you guys are all sitting there snuggling it up and then don't wanting to fucking. Okay, don't worry about it, dude. I'm stuck 220 after playing 8 minutes, and you guys want to change the blinds. It's all right. Go ahead. You guys start rocking and rolling, and then have something to say.
And JRB is going to call quickly. And aces for max value.
Wow, aces. That's the setup.
He's so fucking money. Look at this. I am about to whinge about how little I want in the hand, though.
JRB's the best.
If it's just like a fucking 3 on the river, I get him for like a 200 ball.
Nick Airball with jacks.
Where do you?
He's gonna muck.
Oh, that's fine. To travel.
Yep.
You get a good change of scenery. You get a good change of scenery.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like seeing on the
He could have had it.
And he would have flopped a set of jacks here. And he's gonna get paid off. Rampage here. Trips over trips. And he lays it down.
Stinks.
Wow. And of course, Airball has
Folded
to show.
aces. Fucking stinks. That's like a fucking setup hand. Doesn't like fucking unbelievable. That's just not normal. I folded aces. That's like fucking sick. Okay. I quit. I play. I quit. It's okay. I quit. I play. On your bike! On your bike, Tony! You and your aces! Back to Santa Monica!
Wow. I have never seen that. He's
He said he'll pay if he quits.
That's.
No.
And that's why it's great for the game.
Not that I care.
Yeah, I'm so happy to bluff the guy. I didn't know about the stand-up game. I showed it.
Boogie looks like he just ran 3 miles on the beach in the middle of summer. Forgot to put sunscreen on. Damn it. 2300. Be careful.
Always in play.
Take it. Yes. Oh, she's got the ace. Damn it.
I didn't think she had it. Nice hand, Benny.
DK is going to take this one down.
I tried. How was it?
I tried. I would have lost it, though. No, that was a good bag.
So that's the stand-up game, too, that caused Alex to do that, I think. She's still looking for her marker, along with Raver, Hillary, and, I believe, Brazil God.
Mean value.
Yeah. Is he scared, you think?
Yeah, he's scared. I was scared.
He's trying to make the nuts, otherwise he doesn't bet.
Yeah. That's the philosophy.
He's scared that you might check raise bet on him, right?
Yeah.
Scared.
Yo, this is out of line. This is out of line.
I'm dumber than I look.
Well done, Wesley. Well done, Wesley.
I think everyone else with 3-bet was ace queen.
What?
Except you.
Everyone else except you with 3-bet with ace queen.
Ever deaf?
Yes, apparently.
Little bit Chinese, little bit English.
Look at that look.
Pretty good.
Sashimi, you're in trouble the rest of the way.
Oh, there's a jack.
Come and see one gold G10. What's up? Today, Jack, lucky card.
Wow. Oh, and there's another jack.
Emergency school!
And sashimi needs a king, or Peter is going to scoop, and he does. Gets it in bad, and wins a pot of almost $133,000. So Nick does get the scoop. Brittany finds both the fours.
Oh, he folds. Wow, I did not see that coming. And of course, we're going to have to take a closer look. 5.
Now 6 will come. Okay, Satoshi.
2 pair for Satoshi, and Anthony looks sick.
Now 6 will come.
Oh, 9! He's
Trip
dead.
9s.
He's dead.
What is Mariano doing? Why is he smiling? Gets snapped off by Charles's flush. And Charles wins a $142,000 pot with 7 deuce of clubs. What a strange hand.
This is PLO? You think your blockers work here, Professor?
Craft doesn't come my way.
Yeah, I know, right?
What is going on here?
It's your birthday! It's your birthday! Happy birthday! It's your birthday! Happy birthday! It's your birthday! Happy birthday to this gal! Happy birthday! It's your birthday! Happy birthday! Have some fun. Oh, you got some right here.
So painful, man.
Looks like he's going to release, and we're going to see it. And both Mars and Andy are going to jump out of their seats.
That's combo.
Oh my God.
Fuck, man, I knew it. I had a feeling too, Mars.
It's 7-5. It's not even 5-8.
3-9, right?
I have 3 sides. The other hand.
Damn.
Not even
And I also
5-8.
do the black baccarat.
Look at
3
this.
sides. See? 3 sides.
Man.
Oh my God.
You win.
Oh, the ace on the turn. Wow.
Give me mine.
What's that, Mars? Ace queen. Ace queen job.
You win.
Luda's got King Jack. That's the read.
Did they side? Yeah. Let me see. Nice. That's good, eh?
He calls. Look at that.
Shit, how can you get aces so easily?
Max value.
Get a pair you got. I can hang.
Luda's got an 80.
King, you have an out. King.
King high. I'm so tilted.
2 points, anyone can get it.
Nice him. Give him another 10K. Ling, do something.
But queens again, Ling.
Finally, Professor does let it go. What a bluff from Stanley.
Is it bluff? Bluff. You'll see on the
Nicely
screen.
done.
Yeah, I almost called. But somehow I changed my mind in the last minute.
There's Sunburn. He breaks out. Yeah.
6-3 of clubs.
6-3 club? Oh yeah, they had to get on him. That's a lot to miss.
Thanks for pointing that out. Ling.
4 cards.
Thank you. Not for me, this guy.
Jeremy, look who's good.
No, you still
hate your seat.
Your old friend Magic.
I know he was trying to steal JTC.
Comes and goes.
I get 40K.
Not for me, this guy.
Jeremy, look who's good.
No, you
still hate your seat.
Your old friend Magic.
I know he was trying to steal JTC.
Comes and goes.
I get 40K.
Well, there's an 8. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, he makes the gutter.
All in.
And all in.
It's only 138,000.
Yeah. Gotta let it go correctly.
Bluff.
Feels like a bluff.
Might have been a bluff on the turn and then value on the river.
Good read. I mean, spot on.
They're going to split this 3 ways. Ridiculous. What a run out.
I mean, just a chop. So sick.
Chop it up.
I thought this dead. Oh my god, you know this big. I thought it was dead.
Oh my god.
Lobbed it. That's what I said.
Hillary and Nate are both tilted for different reasons.
10-6.
The last time I had aces here the other week, I lost too.
There's 34,000 people.
Just try. What? You gotta try to hard me physically.
Ooh, there you go. Talk to him.
Lock in.
Try. You want to hard me physically? Yeah, try. Hit me.
We can go outside if you want.
Yeah. Hit me. Try.
Come outside.
Try.
15.
Come at him.
Ball? Hit me.
All right, no balls.
No balls.
Oh, this is out of line. Look at Luis coming. He's running in. He said you love to hurt me physically. Then he opened up his body. You saw how he opened up his body?
I saw that.
He said hit me.
Lock in.
And he started talking to me. I was talking to Nick, and he started talking to me.
Nah, you weren't talking to Nick. Stop it. It just felt like it was building.
Christian, who do you got in a fist fight?
I don't know, dude. I got Wesley, man. Wesley's locked in.
Fierce.
He turned his body and said, do something.
They really go at it, right?
He wasn't passive about it.
Yeah, big pot energy here. This looks like it's probably going to ball in. It is.
Rip it, all of it. 715,000 in the middle. 2 boards, Sammy.
Oh!
Wow. Man. The River Queen. How much can you buy it for? As much as you want.
Third best player in China. I don't think Wesley counts as a player. You have to play hands to be a player. He's a spectator that sits at the table.
I don't see how he can fold, Chuck.
You got it.
There you go. You got it. And he does have it.
Wow.
Good hand.
That's the cooler we've been waiting for 2 days. It was bound to happen. You play enough poker, you see enough hands, it's going to happen.
Can't really beat much. He does
lets
lay
it
it down.
go. Ben all the wrong moves right now. I didn't think there was a world where he folded that.
Ace high.
Yeah, he's tilted out of his mind right now. He's going to take a walk up.
There's the Ben tilt walk.
I mean, I would like to take one pair.
850K.
I would probably fold there.
Jam range, yes it is.
You would jam a clean.
He bet the turn.
I never get called by work.
I sure, dude, are you kidding me? I sure as hell would.
Airball.
I know, even if I'm wrong, Rick would be happy for me to call, even if I'm wrong. I know that.
Sick hearing this.
And he'd be really pissed if I fold.
Clock.
Airball calls the clock. Desperation move.
How many seconds?
Hand's dead. Nick Airball gets it through.
You guys all are playing tight. Let's fucking gamble. Come on, JRB, call. Rick's screaming at you. Listen to your boss. Call. Come on, Huss.
But if you let me call, I would have called.
Airball.
Let's go.
What a
More
timely
gambling,
clock call.
Let's bluff. Come on.
I think that was the difference.
Put these guys to the test, Rob. Let's show them how us bosses play.
You were right, Rick. I should have listened to you.
Rick, that was for you, baby. Call.
You in.
Slow roll.
Second place. Good call, Wesley. You finally put money in the pot. Well done, Wesley.
Yeah.
He can say whatever he wants about me. If he wants to hold on my mom, then...
Yeah, he crossed the line. What you gonna do?
I don't talk to him. I'm not going to not talk to him. Hey, just talk, right? I'm not going to not talk to him.
And he's gonna fold, and Rampage gets it through. Oh my God! Unbelievable.
We got a game! Stevie hands!
Hand of the weekend.
Kid's got heart.
Did I lost 25 picture?
No, you blinded it out, bro.
Come on, Wes.
I found it. Here.
You can't just give him the alley-oop like that.
At the end of the stand-up game, heads up for rolls.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Heads up for a mill.
So at the end of the stand-up game, they're gonna play 1 hour heads up.
An hour? Hands is stuck. Hands is like, he's smiling, but he's hating it. He's like, really? I'm losing, man?
I feel like it's a bluff. Bluff? Show one time bluff.
But you want to see it here?
Shout out Israeli Ron. Queen Deuce.
I actually going to bluff him no matter what.
Oh.
Tilting. My
Come here, goddammit.
Wins 13,000 with the third best hand in a 3-way pot.
You do?
I had the best.
You locked it up. See my Sam City? He locked it up, buddy. Right now, all you have to do is just say raise, he fold.
274,000. Let's see if he's going to get a raise in here. No, he's just going to call the entire way. Smooth call the entire way in a $200,000 pot for Tony G.
Bro, you know what they asked me? I got called. I said, they woke me up with a call. They said there might be a seat for you. 20 minutes later, I was here with a beer in my hand, ready to go.
I nearly folded. If you bet 160,
Wow.
I'd put you down like, you just didn't bet enough.
That was one of the bigger...
If you ever bet the pot, I would have folded.
I can bluff sometimes.
Wow, he's going to show it.
It's scary when they call your cards out when you're bluffing, right? It's not money until you have to explain it to your wife. Just kidding, she doesn't get it.
I'm not calling 3 times. I'm trying to trap you because I think you're weak.
Look at those chips. Stacks and stacks.
I gotta make rent this month.
Clock, everybody clock. Me! Hold! Hold!
Chop. DK's gonna win it with a pair of deuces and collect the bounty.
Thank you, baby. Thank you.
What an absurd hand.
Thank you so much.
And he's angling me in the fucking 3 seed.
It's over. It's over. It's over. I saw your hand. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No hearts, DK. No hearts, Luda? It's over. It's over.
Same hand?
It's no out. It's over.
Luda
I
needs
sweat
a
the hand.
7,
I
8,
saw
5,
the
or 3.
card. I am the best sweater. It's over.
Why do I show there? Like, I'll watch one of the Queen 6.
I don't know. I should have. I should have gone all in on the turn. And then the card came and I thought that you would just call. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing here.
And every time I see her, when she walks in my house, my heart pounds. I swear to God.
And Randall is felted by Ludacris.
Sick of me. So sick. God.
Not me! Not me! Not me!
She freaking hits it. There's the Doom Zoom.
Now she's gonna drink beer.
Oh my god. See the bot.
And Charles, not in love with this spot. Even with trips. She shoves. And a snap call. 105,000 in a 4-bet pot between Jack 10 suited and 9-5 offsuit. Wow. Are you not entertained?
The river is in it, Jack. Tom. It's the full house. Punishes Anthony. Charles with the full house. No good. Unbelievable hand. Professor's gonna throw up.
Call it.
Nothing. Just all in.
Let's go. What is he doing?
What is you doing? You bluffing? Two. What is the other one? One more you need? One more you need?
Shows an 8.
What is that? You need one more? One more, yeah. No. Come on, dude.
He shows him a full house.
No, man.
Professor, show that you beat that. Otherwise, let's go to the next hit.
You beat this?
Let's see. I don't believe it.
What is going on?
I've never seen this before.
If you show me that, he's gonna have that beard. If you show me that, he's gonna have me that beard.
Finally. Finally.
She didn't even give me a second to moan about it.
That's me. That's me. That's me.
See?
No.
Fuck you, Emma.
Get the member off the body.
Yes! 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 Let's fuck on you! Yes! Let's fuck on you! Let's fuck on you too! Dude.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
If you came for action, you are in the right place. Welcome to the bounty game. Rampage is here. Mariano is here. Action Dan here. Jungleman not here. He loves to be fashionably late, although for the bounty game, he's going to be costing himself some money. Each of these players are putting $6,000 into a bounty pool to start this game. You're going to see that money being piled up by Magic at seat number 5. You see the bounties right there in the background. Let's meet the players. We'll get into the rules afterwards. Lex O, YouTube poker vlogger. He's here for a few days in LA. He's going to be playing High Stakes Friday tomorrow, along with this guy, Mariano, YouTube poker vlogger, Mr. Luckbox himself. Who's that in the WPT Global hat? It's Rampage. Fellow YouTube vlogger waves to us. Hello, Rampage.
Thanks, John.
Ted. Appearing on his second straight show. He made quite a showing last night, was involved in some huge pots. Here's a return of one of my favorite players from the early days of our show, Patrick, father of 10 children. Sometimes Ryan makes up some of those lower thirds about the players. That one's true. He is really the father of 10 children. And Action Dan, what else needs to be said? This game was made for you, Action Dan. And finally, Dylan Flashner, actor, producer, and incredibly smart poker player.
Problem solving. I'll take one of your halls if you do that.
So each of these players are putting $6,000 into that bounty pool. There's going to be $48,000 in bounties up for grabs during tonight's show.
Have the cash there. I think that would be cool. Where's the fake
Giving
cash?
them away for Dan over
fake
here.
cash.
Yeah.
You want to do that? Yeah, remember the last time you guys played it, they had cash there. So
Thank you for all of us, dude. Yeah, all this fake cash.
Yeah.
Those like piles.
And that's Sandor, our sideline reporter. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to have to speak for Sandor. So Sandor's saying, I'm Sandor. I'm dumb. No, it's not his fault. His mic was off. So they're fixing that right now. I'm going to stall for a second and let Sandor speak for himself. But we are excited. This bounty game has been a while in the making. This is our second version of this bounty game.
He's the guy that
The first one we played 10-20. This time we decided, let's bump it up. We're going to make it 25-50. We altered the bounties. We adjusted it. Made it a little simpler. And here's Sandor walking in. Never mind. We're just going to see the opening kickoff graphic. I think they're trying to fix the sound issue is what's happening here. And remember, there is going to be an opening kickoff, by the way. Each player is going to put in $2,000, and we're just going to flip to start the show. So I think they're getting ready to do that. It's going to be coming after we hear from Sandor. You saw Ryan Feldman walking in the background there, fixing the sound issue. He has the magic touch. I was down there with him. We couldn't get the mic to connect. Ryan Feldman put it in his hands, flipped a switch, banged it against his hand like the Fonzie against a jukebox, and it just suddenly worked. Okay. Thanks, Ryan. A magic touch. Here's Sandor.
Welcome, chat pros. I'm Sandor, your sideline reporter, and today we've got something really special planned for you, the bounty game. Today, each player has put $6,000 into a bounty pool, totaling $48,000. This pool will be drawn from for these different bounties, and I'm going to take you through them right now. First, if a player wins 2 hands in a row, they win $1,000. Win 3 hands in a row, $2,500. 4 hands in a row, $6,000. 5 hands in a row, win it all. Win a hand with 6-9, nice. Win $1,000. Win a hand with 7 deuce, $1,000. And finally, if you win a hand with jack high or less, you win $1,000. And we're gonna kick it off with a flip. Do it right. Each player is going to put $2,000 into the pot, and we're gonna run it out. Whoever wins gets it all. Now, time for the kickoff.
Where's your chips, Dylan?
And notable about that last bounty he talked about, you have to win with jack high on the river.
Yeah, you know you're
So you have to win a jack high or less on the river. So we're going to encourage people to blast off on rivers. You can also just win a hand with 6-9 or 7 deuce. That can be on any street. But jack high or less has to be on the river. And here we go with the opening kickoff. It's a flip for $2,000 each. Someone's going to win $14,000 because we are missing Jungleman.
Oh, that's a good card.
And it's going to be Dylan. Dylan with the 5-3. Goes 5-5 on the turn and river.
What do I need? 5 or an ace. God damn, I had the best.
All right, Dylan.
I dreamed of winning this split.
When he saw that flop, he's thinking, I need a deuce. And it just goes 5-5.
What'd you have?
Did you really?
So now we're going to be playing match the stack. So he has 14,000 in his stack. The players can buy in for a minimum of 5,000 up to that 14,000.
I like that deal.
5,000.
Let's get ready for some action.
So how much are we playing?
Those must be super bad luck.
It's gotta be. Trust me, it's gotta be the worst luck. It'll be gone within the next 2-3 hands, guaranteed. It's gonna be dope, you know, big hand.
7 for next one.
So does this count as winning the first hand too?
Yeah, how does that work?
Does this count as winning the first hand? So if you win the second one?
That's a good question. It's something that we didn't calculus out. I think we start from 0.
Mariano, you played this before. If he wins the next hand, does he get the second bounty? Does that count as the first hand?
Oh, it is 14.
We're just starting.
Yeah, I agree. We start now. Mariano lays it down. So remember, those are the main bounties you can win. You see here on the starting chip counts, the bounty pool's in first place. That's currently at 48,000. We'll see that dwindle down as the night progresses. What happens if there's money left over in the bounty pool, you ask? Well, the last 2 hands of tonight's show, we are going to do splash pots. So if there's $20,000 left at the end of the show in the bounty pool, each of those splash pots will start with $10,000 in them. Half the remaining bounty pool in each of the splash pots.
I meant to go 150. Is that okay?
150.
Yeah, 150.
And here we go with the first hand of the night.
Oh, so it only starts at, we don't all add 50 to start with?
Only the button.
Only when the button gets to you, then you add 50.
Progressive.
I thought to start the round we all add 50, and if it doesn't get hit, it just keeps getting added. No?
That is the way most people play it, but they don't do it that way here, Dan.
Okay.
But we can.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, like kind of like Annie up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm down.
Would everyone be okay with that?
Yeah.
And then you keep adding.
So at the beginning of a round, we add 50. If it doesn't get hit, it gets passed. Whoever's the puck just keeps adding 50 until it gets hit. And then once it hits, we start it again.
So you have something on it to start.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Here's my, can I get change again? You want to just slide me 50 and I'll put the 100 on for
All right, so the players have made an in-game adjustment to our kitty game rule, and I'm all for it. So the way the kitty game works, each time the button passes you,
and then so the way
you add $50.
If the small blind hits it, they add 100 because they're just posting for 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, so you want a hand, so you can marker for you?
You can only win the kitty when you're in the small blind. So this is going to encourage people to go crazy when they're in the small blind.
If you lose the next hand, you just give it back.
Okay, got it. Wow, 1,000 for 2 hands.
All right, let's pick open. Let's play something. $300.
300, all in.
Defense.
Rampage, all in with the Queen Jack.
Is it 10, right? 10? Okay, got it.
Mariano lets it go. Chalk one up for Rampage.
Do I get this?
Yes.
Oh, you do.
Now what do I do now?
And he was in the small blind.
So now we all got to give 50 again?
There you go.
Everybody put 50.
So he wins the kitty also.
That might take too much time.
That's me and Dan.
You and Dan?
Yeah, can I get some purple smear?
Yeah.
And they've decided amongst themselves that each time it's won, they're all going to add $50 to it. So the kitty is going to start off each time at $350. Because we only have 7 players right now. Jungleman is late.
No show.
There's a look at the bounty pool. Doesn't look like a lot, but there's $42,000 in there right now. We're missing the $6,000 from Jungleman.
8 different rules, no straddles.
Okay. Okay.
And remember, Rampage is the one who's eligible right now to win that 2-hand-in-a-row bounty. So he's going to stay in the hand when he certainly otherwise would not have. He has a gutter, though. And he hits an 8. It's no good. Patrick has a 10. Can Rampage bluff at this? There is a $1,000 bounty if he wins this hand. He'll have 2 hands in a row. So we can already see the strategy of the bounty game coming up right now. All in. All in. If he can get this by Patrick, this will work. What a play by Rampage. This looks so weighted towards air. And that's what Patrick is thinking right now. The fact that he didn't snap fold his 10-4. But he just can't pull the trigger.
Thank you, probably.
And so Rampage is going to scoop the first bounty of the night.
Yeah. Don't forget to show to win the bounty.
$1,000 to Rampage from the bounty pool. And now he's going to be eligible for that 3-hand-in-a-row bounty.
Do I take one or? No, you're going for the 3 in a row.
Did he get 1,000 already or no?
Sammy, you got to give him 1,000.
Yeah, he won 2 in a row.
He won 2 in a row.
Give him 1,000.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I take this call?
And now he's going to be eligible to win $2,500 on this hand. If Rampage wins this hand, he'll win $2,500 for the 3 hands in a row bonus.
Is it? I don't really know what the rules
No, I don't know. What's the rules on that?
Should everyone just keep it in their stack when they...
Yeah, of course.
Looking great as always, Rampage. Dylan with the raise here. Lex O runs into kings. Wow. I don't think Rampage is going to be winning this one. But he's in there anyhow. What is up with this just calling from Lex O? It might induce a raise from Dan.
You can switch.
Lex O is going to look like a genius as Action Dan falls right into the trap. The line between looking like a genius and looking so stupid is razor thin sometimes. This is a hand that shows that. If Action Dan hadn't a raise there, we would all have been bashing Lex. And Dylan's all in. Dylan is all in as well. So Lex O with a chance to triple up.
I think it's 14. I can count for you, though.
Don't think Action Dan can make this call. We've seen him make some loose calls, but this would be absolutely bonkers. If he had a scouting report on Lex O, he wouldn't even be thinking about this.
All right.
Lex O here is just so weighted towards insane value. He has kings. Dylan is going to need to hit an ace.
I'd rather go once the whole night. Yeah. I have a big hand. Oh, wow.
No help for Dylan there. Oh, Rampage folded Jack 3. The Rampage would have won the bounty on this hand with his Jack 3. I was wondering why they showed Rampage hitting his head. Rampage thinking, I should have gone with that. It's important to be results-oriented in poker.
I don't know. 60.
Well, yeah. I think either way with those hands, we're getting all in.
I mean, how sick? Oh, that would have been sick. Then I can
650.
Then auto all in. And then
Lex O says either way we're getting it all in with those hands. But the thing is, if not for Action Dan, you wouldn't have.
No, can I even add 3K to
That's a great day. Motherfucker.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking
Christ. You just like snap folded. I honestly thought you were gonna go the thing.
You've won 2 in a row, so it would have been 2,500.
Yeah.
56.
Yeah.
I jack 3.
I'll just have 55.
And now Lex O, eligible for that 2-hand bonus. He'll win 1,000 if he wins this hand.
Oh yeah, you don't.
What's the point?
Who has 15,
Yeah, that's the whole
6,
point.
though? I don't even see.
Blunder.
I don't know. What's up?
Who has that much?
Yeah, who has 15? Who has 15-6? That's 15-6?
My big one? What am I?
Yeah, because he doubled like 11.
He got your 3K. He got your 3K plus my 6, and then plus his 6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Would have been home.
Ted with the 2 Broadway cards. He knows what to do. Action Dan makes the call.
I could have kings.
So this time he's going to play it a little more cautiously.
Yeah, we're at like the Louis store or some.
Wary that Lex O could have another big hand.
No, I know that, but I thought maybe you got him at like.
It's going to be very difficult for him to win this one.
I don't think they sell those. No. Not for like brands like that, right?
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Really?
I've never gotten my shades inside of the store for the brand. Like the Gucci shades, I got them at like Sunglass
Well,
Hut.
then you get pampered and you can like, they give you champagne and.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
What's up? Free champagne for $500.
Yeah.
You have 2 reds, right?
Yeah. Lex O.
Check.
Going to play this one cautiously. He knows it's a way ahead, way behind kind of situation here. And I guess it's possible Ted could have a better 10, but wow, what a sneaky check from Ted. We get backdoor hearts, but that shouldn't really be too concerning. I go big if I'm Ted here. 4,000. Go over pot.
Call.
Well, he gets a call from Lex. So Lex, chasing that 2-hand bounty, ends up losing way more than it would have been.
I like how you show the losing hand. It's like an OMC.
I actually wasn't sure if I was losing the whole time.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to see it anyway.
You were losing the whole time.
I was going to go look for that hand.
Good check.
Yeah, you're in dead.
It was a good check. Doesn't feel like a queen should be checking there like ever.
Ah, what a cooler.
Yeah.
And I see the logic because it's hard to get 3 streets of value. You're never getting 3 streets of value out of a 10,
I think so too.
which is the main hand that it felt like Lex had there. So he said, you know what? Instead of trying to bomb all 3 streets, I'll check the turn. I'll take my 2 streets being the flop and the river. And it worked out. So Mariano, the 7 deuce game is on for 1,000. He raises it up with the 7 deuce. I think he's incentivized to just call here. He raises it up.
Damn, I thought that was a straddle, man.
Wait, what? For 2,000 and Rampage snap folds? Oh, Rampage. Action Dan, on the other hand, with the worst ace, makes the call. And we are playing some poker, boys. Let's go. Can Mariano pull the trigger?
1,500.
Makes it look value-y. Action Dan is not convinced. And he is right. Well, now Mariano gets there with a deuce. He now has the best hand with 7 deuce. Can't feel like it, though. And I think you just check here as Mariano. You got to get this under control. Oh, so much for that. He goes all in.
Oh, gosh.
And Action Dan knows he was right until he wasn't.
So there's other ones, right? 6-9,
7 deuce,
and Jack high.
Jack high or lower.
I gave you so much respect.
Thank you, sir.
So if you is it off or it stays on now? 7 deuce just keeps staying on?
It's always on.
It must be always
until
on,
this is done. Everything basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
In perpetuity, as they say.
Oh my God.
We're with Jack high or less
Oh
on the
my
river.
gosh. No.
It is wrong.
I'm gonna get it eventually.
Jack high or less on the river feels like it should be more than 1,000. Yeah. You know what I mean? You'll get it back, Dan. That's a tough one.
All right, 3K more.
Yeah, maybe 2K for that one. That's hard to do.
That's hard to do, right? It's like that, huh?
Oh yeah, it's just.
Raise one.
I just shoved it on your ass pre-flop so quick.
Nah, you would never do that.
Is there anything for this hand? So no, right?
So Mariano, chasing that 2-hand bounty,
5 pairs.
is just going to call.
I risked.
Going to see if he can flop it. Flops a gutter to a 6.
How much, Sam?
Got a flush draw for Ted. Bottom pair for Action Dan. Middle pair for Dylan.
Any change?
Mariano going to try to bink that 6. You better hope it's not a 6 of hearts. That would give Ted the hand. This looks very strong from Ted. So he's going to take it down.
So I guess I don't have to show because it's the first hand? Yeah, you don't have to show.
You can show if you want. You have to show for everything else.
I understand. What do you have to show?
To win like all those things, plus the kitty game, if you win in a small blind, you have to show your hand.
So win the kitty game, you have to show. 3rd, 4th, 5th, you have to show 7 deuce.
Second, too.
So basically show everything. I guess otherwise you have to.
Except for your first win.
I'm gonna get crushed this game. Absolutely crushed. Insane.
What do you have, ace jack or something? Oh, wait.
Yeah, Rampage, what was that? You know when sometimes you're facing a bet and you don't really think it through and you just snap fold? I think that's what happened there with Rampage because it was only $1,300 more. The raise went from $700, Mariano raised to $2,000, and Rampage sitting there with ace-queen and he lets it go. He's going to want that one back. That would be one that would haunt my dreams.
No, you want to hit.
Embarrassed to do that on stream, especially on the bounty game.
How do you fold?
The perfect
It's only $50. Okay, this is much different than the first time you guys played this game. The first time it was like madhouse. I think everybody studied strategies, huh?
Because we have a bunch of people who need the money today.
We're just going out.
That's the problem.
Yeah, we're going to look to pick up the pace a little bit. These guys are going to get into it. The chips are going to start flying around. Let's get it.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You look like you're playing a tournament.
Mm-hmm. Remember that time you made me play a tournament and to win?
You wanted to.
Buttons over there.
Can
350.
I accuse that guy of cheating?
Who won the last
Blew
hand?
back on you?
Who won the last hand? Yeah.
I won the last hand, and I just folded, so there's no
Okay,
two.
just close in the middle.
You suck out on someone, like blind all in or some shit, and then
Action Dan raises it up.
all in.
If you can't play in order, that'd be so sweet.
Rampage is all in.
I guess I would just take like
And I don't see Action Dan folding here. Do you?
6K?
57.
This is not what he wants to be hearing right now. But it's Ted who actually thought about it, and he was incentivized with the bounty.
You're all in?
Yeah.
I'm all in.
He's all in as well.
I'm all in.
What the hell?
And Ted goes all in. That might actually push Action Dan out of the hand. That might push Action Dan out. So Ted, chasing the $1,000 bounty, puts all of his chips at risk. 15,000.
I don't want those cards.
And now Action Dan has to think, is he doing this because he wants the extra 1,000? Is he doing this because he has a nutted hand? If he could see the cards, he'd obviously call. But he lets it go, and this is great news for Rampage, who's now a coin flip. He needs an ace or a 6.
I think I need a 6 to win.
Yeah.
Or 2 of them. I might need 2 6s to win. Or an ace.
That's fair.
Ace or 6 for Rampage. Pairing the board would be good.
That's what. That's not pairing the board.
Ace or 6.
Yeah, you do.
There's the ace. Ace in the face.
All right. Do you win the 700
Nice
on
ad.
the TD game? Sure.
How much was it?
Out yet. Looks like my maniac.
So in chasing that extra $1,000 bounty, he ends up doubling up Rampage instead.
Playing like Mariano off stream. What the hell?
Chat pros, I had a chance to speak with Action Dan before we started the game. I asked him, I said, Dan, what's your strategy going in here? He said, Sandor, it's not that kind of game. I'm going to be clicking buttons and going all in. So as you can see, there's a variety of styles being employed today. Kyle, back to you.
Thank you, Sandor. There are a variety of styles and strategies at play here. So we have Action Dan pressing buttons. That's one way to play.
So when you're on the button,
What did I just do?
everybody has to
Totally just fucked this up.
Yeah, but not the button because he's already putting 50.
I mean, the all-in 3 seemed a little aggressive
No,
to me.
just,
though.
he should only put 50.
Both of them seem pretty aggressive.
No reason to put a... Just 50. 50 each.
Because
Except for the guy who wins, he has to put 100 in.
Because I won.
Why would he have to put 100?
That's just the way they've been doing it.
Okay. Yeah, 200. Okay, so yeah, that was 400 now. Perfect. So yeah.
Lex, you're right. Like the guy.
Doesn't make sense.
Cha Charu 33 says this is becoming an all-in
You do this
fest.
like ante-up thing for the small blind game.
We can only hope.
Played it, people do it that way, like in Vegas or whatever. But you're right. It doesn't make any sense.
So it's Rampage who can win the bounty here. And nobody connects with this board. Nobody at all. Patrick sitting there with ace high. Can Rampage apply pressure? And remember, it's not just about winning the $1,000 bounty, it's about the possibility of winning those future bounties. It goes 2,500, then 6,000. Five gives Rampage an up and down draw, but it also gives Patrick a gutter. Is Patrick going to get sticky here? I think you have to consider that Rampage is eligible for the bounty, but he doesn't. Lets it go. And Rampage is going to win 1,000 from that bounty pool. And he is now eligible for a $2,500 bonus on the next hand.
I didn't realize you had the one win.
Gotta lock in.
I forgot that. I did not realize
We
that.
have to remind each other, you know?
Yeah.
It's okay.
I totally forgot that.
Everyone was like, "Stop him!"
Patrick brings up an excellent
like a
point.
full-on collision.
As a player here, you need to be aware of who won the previous hand. You need to think, okay, who won the previous hand? Who's eligible for that bounty? And that changes the way you're going to play against them, obviously.
Who's the biggest stack now? 6. What's the biggest stack now?
Guys, Rampage is gonna try to win this pot. Let's do our best to stop him.
Yeah, he's got 2.
I mean, he's his own worst enemy, but let's also try to do what we can.
He's already doing what he can to hurt himself. And Rampage, eligible for that 3-hand bonus here. And remember, if you can parlay that into 5 hands in a row, you win the entire bounty pool.
Pussy.
Does Action Dan want to take control of this hand? He does. 1,000. That is a huge raise. 20x. He's playing defense for the table, trying to prevent Rampage from winning his third hand in a row, but Rampage with extra incentive to call here. Essentially for Rampage, the pot is just $2,500 bigger than it is for everyone else. And that is not the flop you wanted to see.
24.
Where are you gonna go tomorrow instead of playing?
My best friend's birthday dinner.
Don't do it, Rampage. All right, he lets it go. Thinks better of it. Action Dan gonna win 1. So now Action Dan gonna be eligible for that 2-hand bonus next hand.
As well, tough deal.
I was like, whatever, like, I'm not too worried about it, but I do want to play.
And let's review the rules today. It's 25-50 match the stack. Remember, each player gave 6,000 to the bounty pool. We did the opening kickoff. That was the 2K flip to start. The kitty game, $50 per button, only winning in the small blind. And my favorite rule, the end of the show. Half of the remaining bounty pool will be for 2 splash pots. So at the end of the show, there's $20,000 left. We're gonna have 2 splash pots with 10K each put in them to start. Action Dan looking to win that 2-hand bounty here with Ace King. Oh no, Rampage. Gets snap called by Dan. He is gonna need a lot of help. King Deuce of Hearts. So in trying to prevent Dan from winning the $1,000 bounty, Rampage is putting his whole stack at risk, but he hits a deuce. He hits a deuce. Unbelievable. Action Dan gonna need an ace or a 10. Well, now he has some outs. With a queen, king, ace, 10. That is not it. Rampage gets it done.
7, 8, 10, 12.
Defense
13,
for the
5,
table.
13, 6.
Rampage in punt formation manages to pin Dan right against the end zone.
That's what I was gonna ask too.
I didn't believe him.
I don't get it.
He didn't believe him, but he was wrong, but it didn't matter.
13, 6, 13, 7, 25.
Sometimes in poker, you can make the wrong decision for the wrong reason, and it just works.
Game 3 days a week at home.
I'm playing good.
725, so 275 bucks, 14,000.
What's the biggest down now, Simon?
I tell you right now, bro.
Probably 30.
Let's take a look at the cumulative winnings now. The bounty pool, $45,000 remaining in that. Rampage, up 13,000, but he should have been felt it.
Just multiply
Action
whatever you
Dan
just paid
down
times
26,000. I don't know what to expect from Action Dan at this point. He is definitely on tilt. I could see it in his face on that hand. Great over-the-shoulder shot here. We see the back of Dan's head looking right at Rampage, and you can just feel Rampage giving a deep breath. And what do you say to yourself there? Okay, okay. I'm gonna start playing good now. Okay, okay, we're gonna turn a corner. That wasn't working. We're changing things up.
I got 5.
Have it looked.
I know.
11, 13.
Raise. Blind raise. Sir.
Raise 100, we raise 1,000.
1000.
20, 23. You got like 24 and a half or something?
24 and a half.
I think so.
Yeah.
Could be wrong though. How much is it?
1,000.
So Val in chat says, biggest buy-in 45K, LMFAO. No, that's the bounty pool. So Val, to start this game, each player put $6,000 into a bounty pool. That's the bounty pool, and they're trying to compete for these bounties. And speaking of, it's Mariano now with 9-6 is gonna go for the 9-6 bounty. It's $1,000, and he's putting his entire stack at risk.
Open 1K, right?
No, he raised 100 and 1K.
And then all in.
No way Action Dan is thinking of doing this.
There's no way, man.
Send it to Mariano. Extra 1,000. Thank you, Sammy.
King high? King 9?
You know, before the game started, I was worried, did we make those bounties a little too small? I guess not. I guess not. These guys are risking their stacks for them. And let's take a look at the bounties. Win 2 hands in a row, you're gonna win 1,000 from the pool. 3, 2,500. Win 4 hands, 6,000, but the crazy one is 5 hands, you win all of it. So watch out for that. Then we have our bonus hands, 6-9, 7 deuce, win 1,000. Here's the one I like the most. If you win with jack high or less on the river, you also win 1,000. So we're gonna encourage people to get wild with jack high or less on a river. I'm all for it. And now it's Mariano who can win that 2-hand bonus. And watch Lex O, who's in the small blind. And Mariano looks primed to win this. He has 2 pair. A 2-hand bonus is going to be his. He's going to try to milk Ted by checking and get Ted to do the heavy lifting for him. I think he got a raise here as Mariano. This is a slam dunk raise. I like to go big, make it look like a bluff. See, the advantage of Mariano here is that it's going to look like a bluff no matter what. But he just calls. So he's playing it sneaky, and that is not the greatest card. He still wins the hand and gets the bonus. So that's 2 in a row for Mariano.
Nice hand.
Extra 1,000.
1,000. Yeah.
I forgot about that part too. It's a lot to think about.
Sammy has a lot to remind every single hand, it seems.
Let's talk about the kitty game. Every time the button passes a player, the button puts $50 on the button. Let's talk about the kitty game. Every time the button passes a player, they put $50 on it. That progressively grows and is called the kitty. When the small blind wins the pot, they win the whole thing. What does that mean? When that kitty grows big, get ready for wild action from the small blind. Kyle, back to you.
Way to pull through there, Sandor. It can be hard on live TV. I can speak from experience on that. He pulled it together. Boom. Guy's a professional. And that's exactly right. I mean, we're not even talking about that much. So look, it's Mariano right now in the small blind. There's a lot of money in that kitty. I'm not sure exactly how much. It's got to be $600 or $700 at least.
Check.
It's Rampage who's going to win this with ace high.
Ace.
You got a lot riding on that hand. Yeah. 3 and this. 3,000.
Mariano, please.
There we see Nathan Ramirez running the camera over there. Nathan, one of our editor extraordinaires on the show. If you enjoyed the intro to tonight's show, that was Nathan who made that.
What are we, animals?
The kid is bursting with talent. Wears a lot of hats here on HCL.
It does take away from the game, though.
And he has amazing hair. That's just a fact. Danny Boy Bogdan in chat says the buzz is crazy right now. Feel the energy. That's right. Big pot energy all over the place. Speaking of, Rampage is 3-betting with 5s. He's in the small blind, so he's going after that kitty, just like we were talking about. Can Lex O make this call?
I have an ace. 7, 8, 9.
He's flipping at best here. I mean, not necessarily. I guess Rampage could have any 2 cards, right? But he probably hope that it's a small pair and he makes the call. Don't call Lex O a nit. He makes the call with ace-jack offsuit. Balls of steel. Will the poker gods reward him? I have a set. No, Rampage has a set. Oh, sorry, Lex O. Nice try, though. Wait, he can hit a 9. 9 one time. Oh. He hits a 9.
Wow.
So the poker gods do reward the gamble and play with Rampage's heart. He would have won the pot and the kitty. How sure was he won that when he hits the 5 on the flop? Brutal.
Here, 13, 5. 13, 9, 25, is that right?
Deep breath from Rampage.
13, 9, 25.
Lex O. Definitely thought there was a chance that he was way ahead there. Here's the cumulative winnings. We can see the bounty pool currently with 43,000 remaining. Lex O, the big winner so far. Action Dan needs to find a way to crawl out of the hole. He's down 28,000. We're 40 minutes into the show. So Action Dan is on pace for a record loss. We should be having Jungleman arriving in the next 15 minutes. And it is his fault he's late. Because, boy, if I was playing in this bounty game, you don't want to be late. You especially don't want to be late on this game because you're just missing out on these potential bounties while you're not there.
It'll be funny, like some prop, like a little traffic cones or something stupid like that.
There was also an unusual amount of traffic today on the 405, but I'm told that actually had nothing to do with it. I was trying to say, hey, there was an accident on the 405. I'm sure that was it. And I said, no, he's just late. All right. And so Lex O is calling. I think we're going to see a lot of this where you're incentivized to call here because, look, there's $1,000 more in this pot for Lex O. So right now, for all the other players, you see 950 there. For Lex O, it's like there was 2,000 in the pot. He can win 1,000 right here. The 5 is the best hand right now. It sure doesn't feel like it.
You're locked in today.
And what is Lex O going to do?
Either that or I'm zoning out. I can't figure it out.
That's fire, baby.
800.
I know which one it is, but I'm giving you the benefit. I appreciate
800. Doesn't go too big. Wants to make it look like value.
Really hard about the poker game here.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
And I like the leveling wars that we're going to be seeing in this game. I mean, this hand would never happen if not for the fact that he could win that extra $1,000. And it's not just the $1,000, but the fact that he could run it up and win everything in the middle.
He could fold, too.
And he has an absolute airball here. Not even really much of a backdoor. He is drawing at an 8 and an 8 only. That is a scary card from the eyes of Lex, but it gives Ted the nut flush draw. So we know Ted's going nowhere. But Lex is not going to give up. He is playing the bounty game. Oh, and Ted is extra incentivized here because he's the small blind, something that Lex O probably should have considered. So remember, Ted is trying to win the kitty here. I believe there's $600 or $700 on it right now. Every time the button passes you, players put $50 on that. And it can only be won when you're in the small blind. Now, if Lex O can fire here, he will take this pot down. Can he find it? Can he shove all in? Put everything in this hand. This looks like a kind of blocker bet from Ted. He's just taking that option away from Lex. Interesting decision by Ted. So you can see the leveling wars happening already. He's like, you didn't want to have to call it off. He just merge bets his 5, but really it's kind of defensive.
No, he didn't have the show. Oh, small blind?
It's fine.
I'm cool.
You're bluffing? Yeah.
For everybody,
What's wrong with you, Ted? Just relax, man.
I played very nitty yesterday.
No, you didn't.
I didn't have great cards.
And so now you can see the players each adding $50 on top of that button. So we're going to start here with $350 on that button. And then each time the button passes you, the players are going to add $50 to it until a player in the small blind wins a hand, and then they win everything in that pile. It's kind of like landing on free parking in Monopoly.
Hey chat bros, why do you keep losing at online poker? That's right, it's the rake! If not for the rake, you'd be winning. You'd be winning big time. Well, guess what? On WPT Global for the month of April, there will be no tournament rake. No rake, no excuses. Use code HUSTLER.
As for those of you who are certainly going to be complaining that, wait, that's for the month of April, we're already in May. Well, WPT Global is actually going to be launching a new promotion for this month. We're going to have a new ad in a day or two. It's going to start on May 5th and go through the end of the month, where they're just going to be giving 100% rake back. So they're changing it up. Instead of doing no rake, it's going to be 100% rake back. And that starts in a few days. More details on that in the coming days. But you can get in on the action if you just sign up and use code HUSTLER. You'll be eligible for the 100% rake back starting on the 5th. So there's a rake festival over there.
Okay. 400.
Action Dan with middle pair here. Not much else. He loves to get sticky with these kind of hands. Turn changes not much for Dan. Just another overcard, so he lets it go.
Appreciate it.
Mods, no reason to hide anyone talking about airball. They can blab and gossip all they want.
Raise 300.
Airball's notably absent from HCL. Why is Airball absent, chat? Actually, why has Airball not been on the show? Wrong answers only. Go now. Where's Airball been? Action Dan with a 5. Of course he would. Of course he would. And now Lex O with 2 pair. This is the kind of spot that Action Dan dreams about. He's got the card no one expects. And he's just going to put these guys to the test. Both of them with 2 pair. And if Lex O calls, maybe Mariano can get away from the King 10? Or just going to go call. The King sure made things interesting for both of these players, Mariano and Lex O. And this might be max value for Action Dan. Because if you're Mariano and Lex O calls here, you have to be thinking that Lex O might be calling light because he's trying to pick off Action Dan. And because of that, calling with King 10 makes all the sense in the world. I mean, lets it go. Lex O. playing above the rim today. Nice fold, Lex O. He was third best. Mariano with a much more difficult decision. It's a lot easier to call when you're last to act here. And Action Dan can sure be spewy, but is he doing this into 2 opponents when there's no real reason to other than the kitty? Would he risk 8,000 to win 550 or however much is in the kitty? It's not that much. It was just won a few hands ago. So Mariano does make the call and sees the bad news. So Action Dan gonna win the pot with an extra 600 or 700. Saw someone in chat asking, how are the bounties being paid? Good question. When this game started, each player gave $6,000 to the bounty pool. So right away, $6,000 was taken from each player and put into that bounty pool. And they're going to keep playing for these bounties until they're all gone. Or if at the end of the show, if there's any money left over, we're going to have 2 giant splash pots to close things out with half of the remaining bounty pool in
Blind
each.
race. Sorry, Ryan.
Brandon Rutner says, I'm hearing things too. Thought there was an all-in. Yeah, I thought there was 2, but sometimes when people say fold, it sounds like all-in. I think that's what he said. I think he said, I fold. It sounded like all-in. I'll have to run back the tape. Now Action Dan gonna go for that 2-hand bounty. He's gonna get action from Patrick, who has an odd stack to pot ratio here. $9,000 with 6,000 in the middle. That's Action Dan who hits his queen. And he's primed to win 2 hands in a row here. Oh, he gets snap called.
Wow.
Patrick tries to bluff. It does not work. He's gonna need to hit a king. Or a straightening card like a 10 or an ace. That is not it. That is super not it. Patrick.
Oh, at 10.
Tries to use Action Dan's own wildness for himself, and it doesn't work out.
It's unfortunate.
This is like the most odd feeling I've ever had playing a cash game in my life. It doesn't feel like we're playing cash game. It's like a mix between a tournament and a cash game.
There we see a shot of seat 5. That's where the bounty pool is kept, in seat 5. And we're going to keep track of that on the scoreboard, which we're going to look at right now. There's 42,000 remaining in that bounty pool. And we've seen the lead diminish for Lex O. And Action Dan, who was once the big loser, down close to 30,000, is now almost even. Wild action here to start the bounty game.
All in.
Now that was an all-in. From Dan with King 4. He's just going to try to run over this table, and it's not going to work. Dylan goes all in himself for less. We have action. What is this, Mariano? Come on, we're not calling with King 3 here, are we? He's really thinking about this. He's thinking, Action Dan could have anything, and Dylan could be picking him off. My cards could be live. He's trying to convince himself why he could possibly call with King 3 offsuit? I don't know. Is there a card reading error?
Dylan, you have like 8K or something?
That's 4-5.
There's so many better hands you could pick this bluff off with. If you really think this was a bluff.
63.
I mean,
Okay.
dang it, make it Ace 3 offsuit.
Call.
Oh my gosh, he calls. He calls with the King 3. Oh my.
Or, whatever. It doesn't matter.
It
Dylan, what do you want?
doesn't matter.
Okay.
One time. Max Payne, here we go. How does Mariano possibly win this hand? He's going to need to hit a king. And he does hit a king. He does hit a king. Both Mariano and Action Dan hit their king. And who has a heart? Only Dylan can hit a heart to win this. It's a queen. So they're going to chop it up. And how frustrating is that for Dylan? He sees the two hands he got it in with. Imagine getting it all in for $6,000 with jacks, and your opponents have king 3 off and king 4 off, and you lose.
You still have a chance to win 3.
I'm adding 5,000.
There was no side pot or anything, right? Dylan had less than both.
Yes.
That's where I say, you know what, guys? I need to go for a walk.
Lex, actually, so thank you.
And I go outside, and my hands are shaking, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and I'm just like, what the F was that? What the? But you got to reset. Dylan needs to have a short memory here.
I'm pretty sure I should have folded like
Let it go. You'll have another chance.
But we got to defend.
Then you let Dan win.
We got to defend the whole thing and 2,500.
I'm not even gonna do that.
Were you on 6? Or
No, he was on 25.
He was on 3.
We got to defend our honor, you know? So what happens if we empty this? Are we poning up again?
E-Dub says, this game is ass.
Yeah.
Or actually, no. He says,
Are you sick?
hey, this game is ass.
No?
200. It always sounds like this.
You don't like fun poker? See, I know the kind of game E-Dubs wants.
200.
Let me tell you, the chatters, what E-Dubs wants. E-Dubs. A table of grinders with headphones on, hoodies, not talking, playing GTO, 20-something% VPIPs,
I'm not talking to you.
playing ABC the right way. That's fun for E-Dubs.
Generally speaking.
Well, not for me. This is wild.
All in.
And look at this. Sorry, E-Dubs, you can show yourself out.
Yeah, whatever you like. I think the general rule here, I mean, the theme has been once, but whatever you like. Yeah.
One time, Max Payne, Action Dan needs diamonds or an 8. And he'll win 3 in a row.
Is that good for you? No?
I think that's good for him.
How about now?
It is good for you, my friend. You need to dodge an 8. And you do.
There it is.
So Ted plays defense for the table. Wins a huge pot.
Thanks.
And now he's eligible for that $1,000 bounty.
17.
And really, if you think, well, wait, it's not really worth it to win 2 hands in a row and just win 1,000. You have to remember what these guys are trying to do. If you win 5 in a row, you clean out the bounty pool. So although just winning 2 is 1,000, when you win 3 hands in a row, it's 2,500. You win 4 in a row, it's 6,000. So by the time you've won 4 in a row, you've collected the 1,000, 2,500, and the 6,000. You've already won 9,500 in bounties, and then if you win the 5th one, you clean out the bounty pool.
That really hit you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes, Tito.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Thank you, Tito. Way to go. Mariano, 50, please.
Dave 1970 says, where the F is Jungleman? Ah, sorry, venting. Don't blame you. I was looking forward to seeing Jungleman too. Apparently, he's going to be here very soon. He was about an hour late. I remember as the game was starting, we realized he's going to be an hour late. Okay, we just have to start without him. So he should be arriving any time now. How about that flop for Ted?
2,000.
He's just going to bet it.
Wow.
And that's 2 in a row for Ted, so there's 1,000 extra for Ted on this hand.
Nice.
And now Ted will be eligible for that 3-hand bonus, 2,500.
It did, yeah.
Well, you were, and then you didn't have to anymore. It's a good feeling.
No, I mean, I was hoping that. No, it did though. Like, I was like, I almost called because I was like, he's got nothing. I'll try to buy it later.
The leveling wars in this game are getting more and more interesting as the players kind of adapt to this style of play, where these side quests become more important than the actual poker. It's about pride, but it's also about winning. Just a call under the gun from Action Dan. And that's going to bring in a waterfall of calls here. Rampage is going to be raising. Just a call.
Guys,
Well, now we have a limped-in pot. This game has given us these polar opposites in hands. Suddenly, we have the most passive pot of the night. We're 6-handed in a limped pot. Lex O is going to be going nowhere. He has a 7. He just says, F it, I'm going to raise now. Can't say I love the raise there. Sometimes it works because people think that no one would raise like that with 3 of a kind when you have the board crushed like that on a relatively dry flop. It's always relatively dry when there's a pair on the flop. So if you're ahead, you're way ahead.
Deal.
You want to keep those 8s around.
I'll be the referee.
No.
Keep those ace highs around.
Switching out 5K for fun.
Flex?
Referee? I'll ref.
No, can you referee?
Yeah.
When I win,
I
I'll
thought
give
this
you,
could be like a
the winner
three-way.
gives you $25.
Okay, how much is it per person?
It's $500.
Okay. Now, okay. What do you consist of shuffling?
Lex O limping in with the 9-3. He wants the possibility of winning that 2-hand bounty.
Don't worry, it's not going to be like what was that? Or Rampage, he's just going to be like... 300.
It's literally when you play a hand.
Dude, you cheater, come on, man up.
And look at this, Lex O calling with the 9-3. It's a 9, but it's Mariano who has an ace. Action Dan with a pair and a flush draw. So he's going nowhere.
I'm in a hand, I'm sorry, I can't watch.
Interesting call. I think I'm raising there.
Is that a fake eagle?
My pair and flush
Okay,
draw.
I was like, oh my god, that was fast.
He's gonna see a turn. He's ahead of the ace right now. Now he hits 2 pair with a brilliant turn card. Does Mariano really think ace-3 is best here? Not for the queen, it would be. He checks. Nice check by Mariano. Actually, Dan gonna see if anyone's gonna bluff at this. Lex O might take the bait. No, he checks. Checks around, and Action Dan gonna win.
Paid more attention to me than you throwing up.
Raise. Let me try it.
It's tough.
I'm locked in, dude.
It's really tough.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to ref yourself because it's too much for me.
Okay.
I thought the 25 was...
How about just voluntary ref? Like, if you see it, call it out. 3. You're like...
I've always wanted
What do I
to.
do?
I've always wanted to do this this bet. It's
I
a
invented
challenge.
this with Matt because we were trying to quit.
Just trying to quit. It's a bad habit.
So Action Dan now gonna be going for that 2-hand bonus.
You're allowed to do this one.
Why do you think it's a bad habit?
5 ways.
Hurts my fingers sometimes.
That is for sure true. If you do it enough, then...
Do you wear a backpack when you go play?
Yeah, most of the time. I kind of have to with...
We don't have graphics right now. They must be having some technical issue. I see Ryan going down to the table. Perhaps to connect some wire, like sometimes gets loose. So we're playing like poker in the late 90s. Where they didn't have hole cards at all. You ever watch some of those old broadcasts? Johnny Chan versus Eric Seidel comes to mind. Where they'd be broadcasting the whole final table with no hole cards. The announcers would just be as clueless as all of us. Oh, it looks like there's an all-in now. That was my imitation of them. There's not really an all-in now.
What's the longest you've gone in this
30
challenge?
minutes.
You've done this a lot of times.
I lose every time.
800.
Oh, really?
I think I finally met my match there.
I've never done this before.
It's great. You should do it.
30 minutes? You cave in 30 minutes?
Dude,
I guess maybe 30 is longer than.
I got like unlimited bullshit.
We don't know what Patrick has, but based on the information available, the 9 is best. Never mind, it's Patrick with a king.
One celebrity pop.
Patrick has a king here, and he's going to just bet his king.
This is good.
I don't think it's going to draw any out-of-line action.
I guess Caitlyn Jenner counts.
That one's taken. You can't say one.
Unless actually Dan wants to make this call.
We all have our reserve cock.
I said Tom
I'm
Brady.
not seeing a snap fold, and Dan doesn't like to Hollywood, but he lets it go.
If you were privileged enough.
Now Ted with middle pair, no kicker. Looks like he's going to let it go as well. So it's Patrick.
Brad Pitt is taken.
Wins his first. Getting it started, Patrick.
Thank you, sir. Can't lose them all. 50 again. Before you say Shaquille O'Neal, that's taken too.
Father of 10 children. Those children need to eat.
Fuck up the Invisalign.
Yeah, that's right.
He's got college to pay for, food, clothing, cars.
Envision the cock.
Imagine how expensive 10 children are.
Can someone forward at Rampage so I can collect $500?
Raise.
Raise.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Patrick.
Rampage raises it up with Queen 10. Patrick in there with Ace 10. So he's going to play this passively. And I think Lex O is going to raise. He raises it to 1,000. So a big 3-bet from Lex O.
Somehow I lost more than you this hand. That was stupid.
He has the same hand as Patrick. And Patrick makes the call. So these are always fun. We have a mirrored matchup here. And neither player with anything. Patrick with the extra incentive to win. Both players now with a gut shot to a king. That's a small bet. That is the kind of bet that you can call with a gut shot here. And Patrick does exactly that. It's possible ace high is good. I don't know how much showdown value these players think it has here. Does Patrick want to try to turn ace 10 into a bluff? Oh, he checks. It might have worked, Patrick. It was a free roll. And so that's going to keep Patrick as one in a row.
I guess if I would have bluffed, it would have worked, maybe.
If it's a chop pot like that, the score remains the same.
If you bet,
so
I was gonna
Patrick,
call.
who still has the incentive to win 2 in a row.
How would the chimpanzee even...
I should have bet the flop, but you would have folded.
Dude, chimps have like superhuman strength.
Maybe.
But they don't like fight.
They go and grab your balls and literally rip them
really?
They catch it, yeah. When they're in attack mode, they grab
Okay,
grab
but
your
that's not going to kill the wolf.
You'll bleed out.
No. You don't bleed out from your balls, I feel like.
What do you mean? Yeah, you do. If you get... Yeah, dude.
You've definitely thought about this more than I have. I just can't imagine a chimp killing
I'm going
a
to say
wolf.
Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd. Wow, that's an excellent
Ant-Man.
selection.
And look who it is. Is that Jungleman arriving in the background here?
No, that's great. Paul Rudd's the guy from I Love You Man, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's
And it looks like he has an eclectic bag of gifts, perhaps?
From This Is 40. He's done a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think.
And look, Patrick playing the bounty game in there with Jack Deuce.
It's probably like in my top 10.
He's wondering if he can take this one right here.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Ted's going to play some
Another good one is
defense.
Ryan Gosling.
Yeah, I thought
Or
about
Ryan
that.
Reynolds.
That was one of the first things I thought about.
There's a lot of
Dan.
Ryans that are good.
Makes the raise to 3,000.
I feel like I would actually, like, if you were to do it, I don't really like Ryan Reynolds, so Ryan Gosling that much, but I like Paul Rudd, so like, you want to enjoy it? I would enjoy it.
All right.
Nice.
If I had to do it.
You're good, Ted.
People already say it online.
Oh, it has to
Oh
be on
my
there.
gosh.
Jack high. Oh, you thought you were going to win with a jack high?
Do you know how hard that is to win it on the river with Jack high?
I should make the rules. I should make way better rules than this for now.
Has to be on the river. It says
Suggest
jack high or less.
Jack high or less has to be on the river.
Couldn't see it.
As long as you win on the river,
He couldn't see the bottom of the
Should we get a
text.
stand for that, a little higher?
I just envision you in the old Morongo house, just like in a silent corner by
Bill
yourself.
Agaloo says, what's the bounty game? Thank you for asking. Each of these players put in $6,000 into a bounty pool to start this game. So before any action started, they each put $6,000 into a bounty pool. There's now several bounties they can win. If a player wins 2 hands in a row, they get 1,000 from the bounty pool. They win 3 in a row, 2,500 from the bounty pool. 4 in a row, 6,000 from the bounty pool. If they win 5 in a row, they win all of the remaining bounties. Then there's some jackpot hands, notably 7 deuce and 6-9. And if you're able to win with jack high or less on the river, you also win a bounty.
What he's doing doesn't count,
Actually,
right?
Dan is going to bet with the best hand.
Gray area, it seems.
It doesn't count. Because the whole point is to not look pro-y. I like how it does.
And Lex O raises, and a quick call from Action Dan. He is not a believer. Lex O with 8 high. Can he pull this trigger? No, he cannot. Action Dan wins it, and Lex O thinks, wow, I could have bet and won, but who knows against Action Dan? So that's 2 in a row for Action Dan. He wins 1,000. And Action Dan, the kind of guy who's just going straight for the jugular. I expect him to try to win that 5 in a row bounty. He will clean out the bounty pool if he does it.
Yeah. I like to be high up there.
Dana Craven asks, when someone wins all the bounties 5 hands in a row or the bounty runs out, do they re-donate 6K each? No. That'll be the end of it. It'll just be regular poker from there on out.
Last time I saw him, he was wearing that shirt.
He does love this shirt.
And remember, if there's any left over at the end of the game, we're going to do 2 giant splash pots to end the show. So if there's 10,000 remaining in the bounty pool at the end, there will be 2 splash pots, one with 5,000 in the middle and another with 5,000 in the middle. And so it's Action Dan now who can win the 3 hands in a row. And look who is arriving. It's Jungleman.
That works. Someone's going to hit this, right?
With Jungleman arriving, Action Dan going for 3 hands in a row here. He has 8 deuce.
There's a new Dan at the table.
And he flops a straight draw.
To Action Dan wherever he's at.
Nice to meet you. Action Dan.
All right.
So the battle of the Dans here. Action Dan and now Dan Jungleman K6.
The real Dan.
I'm the real jungle. How much do I want to play? It's
1,200.
I don't know. Like whatever, like 50, but 50.
And match the stack.
50?
Sadly.
38 is the max.
38's the max?
Yeah. 50, sir.
Why is 38 the max?
There's like a bunch of different rules, like to the left of you. Like,
I don't know how they got 38. Oh yeah, I heard about the rules.
it's the biggest stack at the table. Is the max.
Oh.
Welcome to the game, Jungleman. We'll see how he fares in this game.
I didn't bring my...
Look at that for Action Dan.
Wait, are
what
you a
a
miracle
turn.
worker? You didn't tell me that before.
No, well, I like to not make it too public, but I wore the hat today, so it's kind of out there.
What?
It's kind of out there now. I wore the hat.
What do you mean?
I'm a miracle worker.
Are you?
At times.
What?
At times.
What does that mean?
It means sometimes. Once in a while, I like to, work a miracle.
Like what? What miracles have you worked? I've been looking for magic in the wrong spots. I've been in India looking for actual miracle workers. And now here you're over here and you're telling me you can do miracles?
Once in a while.
Like what?
You're going to wear the hat, you got to say
I
what
win
they
a
are.
hand once in a while, It's a miracle.
I'd hope not. I hope you're not that bad.
Lex O makes the call. He has no idea how bad he's looking here.
This isn't a great game to like...
Remember, Lex O is thinking that Dan is going for that bounty.
Seems like not a good situation.
Not a good situation.
Lex O's hand looks a lot like an ace, I think, if I'm Action Dan. It's much weaker than that.
But I
It's a
did find a
5.
billboard that had Coca-Cola.
What size does Action Dan want to put out here?
That's the closest I got.
I expect him to go big. Maybe go for the jugular. Make him play for it all. Or try to get a call and go for like 5K.
I think,
The magic in India was made in America. Coca-Cola.
He's going to go for it all.
No, especially since the British invaded it. I don't know what the Americans did to it.
And now here we see the bounty game at work. Because Lex O's thinking, is Action Dan just going for that 3-hand bounty?
And he's going to find some magic.
Yeah, we're going to do things a little different.
Yes, he is, but he also has a frickin' straight.
Where'd you go in India?
I went to the Himalayas. Yeah, I went deep. I went deep inside India.
Spiritual tour.
Yeah. What else did I do? Went to New Delhi and Bangalore, and I went to the fancy vegetarian places that became vegetarian.
T. Anthony in chat says, punt it, Lex. I'm with you, T. Anthony. Let's punt, Lex. 4th down. He makes the call. Wow, what an attempted hero call from Lex O. The leveling from the bounty game induces one of the most insane calls of the night. Actually, the most insane call of the night. Next to Mariano's King 4.
Get back to States.
And 25.
So second most insane, I'll say.
2 days ago?
And Action Dan now wins that hand plus the bounty of $2,500. Now there's $6,000 on the table for Action Dan. If Action Dan wins this hand, he's going to win an extra $6,000. So that is significant, and he'll be in position to win the entire remaining bounty pool.
Ooh.
You got to respect that call from Lex O.
38,000.
You got to respect that call from Lex O. He went for it. If he was right there, one of the most gangster calls I've seen in a long time.
These not my chips?
He wasn't.
Whose chips are
Props
these?
to you, Lex, for
did I
following
steal
through.
your chips?
It is hard to do. Go with a read. I mean, it was the wrong read, but it was a read.
They feel like they're mine.
He has to put it in the bounty too. Yeah, you have to put
Oh yeah, I have to put in the bounty. So can I buy in for 36, 38?
Well, now you can buy in for 50.
Can I buy in play for 38 now?
You can buy in for up to 60.
I'll buy in for 60. Sure.
60?
Yeah.
Here's 60.
Maximum potential for pain for one of
Here's
us.
70 total. Good luck. Have fun.
Wow, thanks. I didn't know you were that.
Jungleman gonna play deep.
You do seem like that.
Blue monster in hand.
It's usually.
And the player to watch out for now is Dan.
It's a mixed.
So whatever you see in the pot there, just add 6,000 to it. That's how much is in the pot for Dan, and Dan only. So Dan getting insane pot odds here. He's calling 50 to win a pot of 6,000.
WPT Global
is global.
Well, it's not global in the U.S. really. It's global everyone
Now, what does Action Dan want to do here? Makes a call. $850 in the middle for the others. $6,850 for Dan. And this is going to be hard to win. Mariano with top. But you certainly have to at least see a turn when you're in Dan's spot.
I got a read on you, by the way. You look like a kind of guy that would go to a monster truck.
Needs a 5 or a 3. Right now.
That's a bad read.
I mean, I really wanted that to be accurate.
4. Looked good for a second.
Yeah.
So misses both of his cards. Mariano's got to think, if I was good on the flop, I'm still good. When it checks around, I'm almost always good.
Yeah, possibly. You don't feel like that much of that guy. Maybe like
It's going to be about pot-sized bet, a little less.
Is that in your range?
A little more.
Yeah.
It looked like 1,400. It's actually 2,400. Action Dan, though, still getting decent pot odds if you think of the pot now as having 10,000 in it, 2,400 to call.
I think I like the big hand.
Getting about 4 to 1.
Just pure.
So he makes the call, and he needs a 5 or a 3.
Yeah. From a certain angle.
A 6, once again, just barely misses him.
Not for like actually being like
all in. All in.
This would be a hero call of hero calls.
How much?
And he has to be thinking about that bounty. He's thinking, look, there's 19,000 here to win. He has to put 12,000 in to win 25,000, adding the 6. So he's getting about 2 to 1 if you count the bounty. Is he right here 1 in 3 times?
All right, just in case you're bluffing.
He makes the call.
Ace Jack is good.
Wild. Action
what?
Dan.
12,425.
Tries to take the bounty, ends up going for the hero call.
All my hard work.
And all that hard work gets chopped right down.
Yeah.
And Mariano doubles up through Action Dan.
Down the drain.
I'm 10, by the way.
These guys are figuring out how to play
work
this
on that
bounty game
handshake,
in real time.
Too lazy.
No. You're early squeezing.
You can be my
There you
handshake
go.
coach.
There, that's better.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know how much.
You did the early grab, you know?
Let's shake it, get it right. I'll spend like the 3 minutes on it to make sure no one gets a bad impression of me based on
Yeah,
handshake.
it's definitely, I mean, in this game, it doesn't really matter. You're going in for an interview.
It can matter, but like, I don't know. Huh?
You owe 50.
I owe 50? What?
Action Dan living up to his name. Action Dan. You don't get the name Action Dan being a pussy on stream. You get the name Action Dan being action. He has been nothing but the absolute star of tonight's show thus far. He's down 6,000, but at one point he was down 30,000, so that has to feel like a win.
I'm willing to bet that if there was a study on handshakes, I would bet that it matters more in perception than it does in actuality. That's my personal bet, by like a fairly large margin.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is,
explain.
You know, there's this like common thing where you know, people say like, oh, because your handshake is this or that, you're this way, or you're that way, right? So people judge people. A lot of people judge people based on handshakes. I don't know what percentage it is. But usually I find, my personal opinion is usually perceptions like that
I thought there was a real
tend
I
to
didn't
be
look. There definitely was a huge
too, what's the word?
Okay, wait, let me think what I'm going to do real quick. I was talking to him.
I just see trips on this shuffling a bit.
All in.
Lex O gonna move all in with the 6s.
5K.
He knows he's getting called by Patrick. Patrick's cards are not reading yet. I have to think he has better than 6s. One time.
That's not good. I have to show?
You don't have to show. You want to.
I felt like I probably didn't have to do that.
One time.
He does. He had jacks. And that is tough luck for Lex O. Pays the 5, and now Patrick wins his first. He's going to be going for that 2-hand-in-a-row bounty. That's worth $1,000.
I'm just saying that usually when people make these kinds of judgments, I personally think that they're too
Patrick won the small blind.
too extreme of judgment. You see what I'm saying?
2,000.
That's my guess. Like,
You added how much? 2,000.
they probably say less about someone's character than someone might guess, but I do think it should say something.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
It could say a few.
Hey, chat bros, why do you keep losing at online poker? That's right, it's the rake. If not for the rake, you'd be winning. You'd be winning big time. Well, guess what? On WPT Global for the month of April, there will be no tournament rake.
So, actually, we are now in May.
No rake, no excuses. Use code HUSTLER.
But you can still use code HUSTLER, and you will be eligible for 100% rake back starting on May 5th. We're going to have a new ad for that in the next couple days, I promise, so we can stop having chatter say, wait, May, it's now the month of May, it's not April anymore, excuse me. We know. Their new deal starts in a couple days. We'll have a new ad, I promise.
I make it this much.
Jungleman. Gonna take it to the streets against Action Dan. Action Dan raises right back and gets it done.
Or no?
Not for the first bet.
Not for the first, right?
Not for the first.
Okay.
You see the small blind? Wait.
You have to show if you want the button money.
Oh, yeah, for the button money. You have to
That's what I asked. So you have to show. Okay.
Oh, yo, that's what's last.
And he wins the small blind kitty. So remember, in case you forgot, each time the button passes one of these players, they add $50 into the kitty. The kitty is the pile of chips on the button. Now that it's been won, each player is going to put $50 on right now to start it. So it starts at $400. Then every time the button passes you, you put $50 on it. Only the small blind can win it.
You do realize.
Explode Global says Dan is unhinged.
Yeah, no, I like it. I just thought it was a nice
I didn't realize it was a small
He
one,
is,
but like,
and I'm
really,
here
I
for
couldn't
it.
have done anything else. It would have been batshit insane.
I don't have the thing, whatever it is.
I'm just not that insane. Like,
He needs a button too.
I'm not that
He won
insane.
last one.
What's that one in the middle?
All right, I'm
What's
gonna
that
make
one
it.
for?
That's for this pot.
Bosnia Forever in chat asking the
I mean, even
important
that
questions.
play is pretty
Asks,
crazy.
have you ever grazed grass like a cow in your life? Bosnia, nice to see you, friend. It's been a while. We'll let the chat think about that one. He means metaphorically, right?
I don't even know why I'm putting 50 in.
I forgot you were even here.
Okay.
Little needle there, Ethan.
Jungleman and Action Dan, two small suited aces. Action Dan eligible for that 2-hand bonus.
Is that right? How can I get 4,200 back? You made it 1,200.
No, you made it 1,200, right? I give you 4,000 back and you give me 52.
All right, if you say so.
The bug is right.
All right.
Aside from the little awkward argument you guys had, a little
Check.
situation. I felt like the little
And let's start the leveling war.
was under tension.
You decided to call.
Action Dan gonna try to take that bounty down. $1,000 for winning 2 hands in a row. He's gonna win it.
So we don't have to show now, right?
You do for the second button. For the
Holy jeez, so we have to show every time.
Very much.
When do you not have to show?
When you win the first hand. With no 6
Might as well just show every
Then
time.
you're not in the small one.
Yeah, 1K more for you.
I had a better ace.
1K more for Action Dan. How long will that 1K chip stay in that pile? Not long. I reckon.
Yeah, it's not a good. It's not good for us.
So let's review the rules. We have a lot of people asking about the rules. The blinds are 25-50, no straddle. Remember, each player gave 6K to the bounty pool to start. There's 48,000 in there. Now there's about 36. We had the opening kickoff. That was a 2K flip. And the kitty game, $50 per button. You can only win it in the small blind. And my favorite rule, the last 2 hands of the night, whatever's remaining of the bounty pool will be split up into 2 giant splash pots. That's assuming there's anything left. At this rate, there actually won't be. Or it's going to be close. I'm doing some mental math. It's going to be close at this rate.
Last time I tried to do defense, I lost $20,000.
Lex O tried to be honorable for the table and do some defense. It didn't work out.
You were admired for your efforts.
Where do they get the money from?
Actually, Dan, just calling with the 4s. Remember, he's now eligible for that $2,500 bonus if he wins 3 hands in a row here. And there's a 4. It's good to be Action Dan. And look at this for Jungleman. We could have the biggest pot of the night right here. Jungleman with 2 pair, and he couldn't look less interested in this pot. He just calls.
Time to lead 300.
And everyone's going to think that Action Dan is going for that bounty. So he's going to use the leveling war against them. Raises to 8,000. He is trying to level out a call because it looks like he's going for it. And he gets the action he wants from Mariano. Incredible leveling by Action Dan. The huge overraise gets Mariano to punt over it. Only in the bounty game would you see a hand like this. Mariano making his stand with the insurrection. Jack 6. He needs a deuce or a 7.
I always let the other person choose. If you ask me, it's
twice then.
Sure. Yep.
Wait, is his name Dan too?
Also Dan.
So why? Wait, if there's only supposed to be one Dan.
This is Action Dan. That's Lex Dan.
Wait, why aren't you beating up on him?
Well, I'm not always acting.
He's trying.
Dan as well?
Jungleman. He's trying right now.
He's more Action Dan than you. He's like fucking formatting you.
No, he should be called Action Dan.
I'm in the
and there is the 7.
This is a bold play. Fucking re-raising me with fucking 9-5.
They ran it once.
So I don't win the first one? God damn it. That's
Defense.
Complete suicide. I was looking you up.
I don't even have any fold equity. I guess it's just rip, honestly.
Defense.
Can Mariano do it again?
Pre-flop, to be honest.
No. So it's going to be a chop, but more importantly, because Mariano won the first one, that resets Action Dan's win count to 0. Now it's Mariano with 1. So he will have a chance for that $1,000 bounty.
How do you get this Jack bounty?
I don't know. We should talk about that too. Maybe chop.
So I just back his button?
Huh?
Yeah.
Jack high or worse.
Doesn't
have to be. So he loses his buttons?
What?
So if you bluff with Jack high, you win? What if he jams and he folds and he shows Jack high?
Twice and you lost the first one, that's why you lost the button.
But even if his hand's better than Jack high.
If you would have won the first one and lost the second one, you would have got 3 buttons.
If you do it
You lost the first one, that's
So
why.
the only time he remains is
You have to
if
get
you
to
guys
the river
actually
before
shop
you-
when you have the
When you run it once.
I guess that makes sense. I don't know, it's confusing to me too. That makes sense, I
I
guess.
thought I was dreaming.
So if you chop one board,
I thought I had the gun.
Okay,
then it's a
whatever.
push.
Just from now on, this entire stream
thought it
just
was
once
like,
for me.
This
Just
is
once.
spot.
Yeah, it'll be
No matter
easier.
what,
You
just
won't
spot.
have, if you do it once.
Just do once.
I like that. One time.
What?
Even though running it twice there saved him.
Oh.
I should have gone once.
I think I fold. I don't know. What? Okay. Oh. Here, just put them here.
ES in chat says Mariano wants to prove who is the boss.
To who? To you?
That's rather astute, ES.
Okay, well, it's your lucky day.
Mariano likes to be the table captain, and right now the table captain is definitely Action Dan. But Mariano wants to take that title back. He needs to make some moves exactly like he's doing.
That's to me, right?
Yeah. How you
And Dylan, who's probably been the most ABC player of the night, is going to bet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I usually
Get
don't
a
get
call
paid,
from
actually.
Mariano.
It seems to be
You
the
should
common
probably.
consensus.
An
From
8
one
would be a
scumbag
disastrous card for
to
Mariano. He'd have the
scumbag.
sucker end of a straight.
You should probably not let people be more careful with people.
I could be.
I could have scummed you there.
You could have. But, you know, I saw the good in you.
Oh, well, thanks for believing in me.
1,000. I was like, I think like 80% I'm going to get it back, so why not? Let's gamble.
Well, it's a good.
And there's
it's
Dylan.
Good to gamble on TV. You ran
One
hotter
in
than
a row
Tom against
for
that
Dylan.
dude that he like lent like 300K in credit or something on TV to, and didn't get paid.
Bodia says it's awesome
Yeah,
that
that's a
everyone is
real
confused.
story,
So you can see them kind of
he like
figuring this
let
out in real
this
time.
dude like scammed him after he like gave him a ton of money on credit on TV.
How long ago was this and what stream? Or what?
It's like 8 years ago, maybe more.
A long time ago?
A long time ago, yeah.
Long time ago. It's hard to find poker players that haven't been scammed at least once.
I'm sure that makes Rampage feel better. Yeah, everyone's been scammed, right? Right, guys? You've been scammed, you've been scammed, we've all been scammed, right?
Scammed, I feel like. It's true. Think about it. Huh? There's less like risk.
And Dylan gonna go for that bounty. But Lex O puts his foot down with the 9s. Gretzky.
Strategy for this game is have aces right now. That's my strategy. Have aces.
What does actually Dan want to do?
Just give me aces once.
Why can't that be bigger?
One hand. This could be the hand.
Rampage
The
lets
jack.
it go.
Jack too.
Actually, Dan does not
Almost.
like
That's
folding.
close, actually.
46, 25,
What is it?
Dylan has the most as a 54.75.
Sure.
Sure. Why not, he says.
For
So Dylan,
yep.
Yeah, that's
we need to find an ace here, and there will be an extra 1,000 in this pot for him.
9. Oof.
There's a 9.
Okay.
Anytime.
All right.
Well, that means Dylan can hit a 7. 7 from heaven for Dylan.
I don't know if that's
Not today. Lex O gonna take it down, and a much-needed victory for Lex O.
Well, I mean, I technically
who
marked,
found
so just
himself
give
in
me
an
one.
early hole
Yeah,
tonight.
deuces.
I had ace high.
Now fighting back.
9s are good. How much do I have?
Yeah.
46.
46 one time.
Frederick in chat says, I've been scammed in RuneScape. Not for a large chunk of my actual net worth, though. It's a little different. I mean, that's actually true. See, in RuneScape, everyone's been scammed. That is a fact.
I don't really.
I've never met a RuneScape player who has not at least been attempted to be scammed. That's like a rite of passage in that game.
Yeah, I'm okay with this.
I added 5.
Okay, 5 for you.
Lex is swinging here. Swingy day.
As you can see, Dan Jungleman K6 has jumped into the action. I had a chance to speak with him before he got in the game. I asked him, what's your strategy going in? He said his strategy is to bust every player at the table and bring the most action. He also says that he is the only true Dan at the table and is ready to take Action Dan down. Kyle, back to you.
Thank you, Sandor. So we have a battle over who the true Dan is. A battle of the Dans. There can be only one. We have a Highlander kind of situation here between the two Dans. Let's see how it plays out.
So far, he's the Action Dan.
I know. I'm not living up to my name. I know.
You're letting this guy bluff me over and over and be all the action. Like re-raise min every single fucking hand. Alright, well there you go.
What is it?
Call is kind of active.
Hello.
For those of you asking who that is
I decided to wake
Sandor.
up.
Rampage and
who does a lot of work here
right now.
behind the scenes, helped plan this game. The structure of this game was really the brainchild of Sandor's and myself.
All the wannabe Dan.
And he is our sideline reporter today. He's doing an excellent job getting the scoops from the players. Lex O now thinking of heroing with ace queen.
It's the Dans against the world.
There's 3 of you guys. It's too many.
After winning all this money, he's going to potentially throw it all away. He tripled up not 5 minutes ago.
I don't want to give you any more money, Pat.
It is suited. They call this hand the parking lot hand because oftentimes you end up in the parking lot after playing with it. And he lets it go. A nice fold. A nice fold.
I had a monster.
By Lex O. Let's take a look at the cumulative winnings now. You see the bounty pool has been reduced to 36,500. There's been 11,000 withdrawn from that so far. Mariano, the big winner, I guess if you call it that, the big winner now only up 9,000. On the other side, Dylan only down 13,000. So we've actually had a kind of depolarization of the winnings and losses. Earlier, we had Action Dan down 30,000. We had a couple players up near 20.
I
now
should have worn my.
Those amounts have normalized over the past 30 minutes.
I thought about that today when I saw that. Someone should dress as a cowboy.
I should have done that. That was a massive punt on my part. I deserve to lose because I didn't do that.
You, where do you live? Like, do you have a place that you live, or you just travel?
Why do I need a home?
5 days. No, I'm asking, do you?
I mean,
Do you have a home base?
yeah, I've got.
Pickles says
I've got
Action Dan
couple
VPIP is
bases.
insane.
I have a base, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
He's way
That's an
over the
idea.
Keating line. Remember, that is
I
70%
technically
VPIP.
live here or in Las Vegas.
Maybe he can hit 80%. Maybe that'll become the new
I
Action
have a place to
Dan
stay
line.
at here.
Mariano with 7 deuce. Remember, there's a bounty on 7 deuce, but he lets it go.
3 pairs?
Dylan playing this pretty straightforward with a queen. Now 2 pair. But Patrick the only one with a heart. Jungleman staring over at Action Dan's stack. That's where his eyes are pointed right there. Eyeing those chips. Remember, we have a battle of the Dans already in action here. Jungleman feels offended that another player at the table would go by the same name. He intends to take Action Dan down. We'll see how that works out.
We're playing?
No, quarter 50.
Good luck.
Those straddles.
Ben Wilson says, can somebody buy Rampage a Red Bull? He's too quiet. Yeah, get this guy some caffeine. Mr. Incognito Rampage over there. Lex O makes the call. He's going to bring a raise from Mariano with the 6s.
I saw the 5 of hearts.
And remember, it's Dylan here who has the chance to win the 2-hand bounty. So he is going to be in there with the ace-3. There's an extra $1,000 in the pot for Dylan only. Couple of hearts with the queen and a 6 for Mariano. Dan wisely gets out of the way. It keeps showing Rampage. Did he fold a big hand here? It couldn't have been bigger than Mariano's. Mariano gonna win it. 1 in a row for Mariano. He'll be eligible for that $1,000 bonus on this next hand.
Could have been 7 deuce. I need to win a bounty. I haven't won one yet.
It's hard with all these gatekeepers at the table, you know? Last time we played it, no one gave a shit. It was awesome. Yeah. Just get away with it.
How do you find people that don't care?
I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Like they didn't care about the money or what?
Find
They're just going for it.
Like incredible penalties.
Action Dan keeping that VPIP way high is double dominated here by Jungleman and the 10-9, which hits of Mariano. But he manages to get 2 pair.
400.
400. And this pot could balloon fast. Top 2 pair for Action Dan, and he's just gonna bet at it right now. Feels like an all-in or fold moment for Dylan. He is all in. Dylan. Putting it to the test, and Mariano going to let it go. Not going to chase that $1,000. That's going to get rid of Jungleman. Action Dan's certainly going to make this call. It's going to be close to a coin flip with card removal. That tells me this deck is rich in hearts. Very rich in hearts. He's 44%. We have almost no dead hearts at all. And there's a queen. That gives him a lot of outs.
And a queen, wow. That's a lot of outs.
Yeah.
He does indeed. And that is not one of them.
10-4 offsuit.
Dylan. Getting run over in this bounty game so far.
Wow, let's see.
Everyone's like saving me.
He's going to need to live up to the creed on his hat, a miracle worker. He's going to need a miracle. It looks like this might be his last amount of chips behind him there.
I had him dominated.
This might be the last buy-in, at least for now, from Dylan. And how does that change the strategy when you're on your last chips in this game? Super high variance, players playing out of control.
I was ready for some heat. Back to flush draw.
What brand is that?
Look at Dan.
What brand?
I can find out.
This game was tailor-made for Action Dan.
My assistants found it.
It looks like
99, yeah, 99.50.
I don't know if it's liquid.
The next bounty game, I promise that we will get Ludicrous in this game.
They found it by finding something.
I tried to get Ludicrous in this game.
They didn't like. So then I told them,
Luda, this is your game.
You guys just fucking
Rampage, Action Dan, Ludicrous. Come on. Unfortunately, he had some family obligations. But make it known to Ludicrous on social media. Message him and say, hey, we want you in the next one.
Perseverance, yeah. There are many ways to a
Because he would be putting his foot down to Action Dan's nonsense, I'll tell you that.
It's like when you punch in somewhere on the GPS, it shows you like 4 or 5.
35.
You raised to 35?
I know that poker player, the rapper.
He uses,
He used to be like a GP. He used to study. Really? Yeah.
I just know him as...
Action Dan makes the call, and here we go, a battle of the Dans. We called for it, and now we got it. Who deserves the name? Who can live up to the name Dan? There can be only one at the end of this show. And here's our first chance to see Action Dan with a king.
3,000.
I don't think there's any reason to raise here. This is an innocuous flop. If you're ahead, you're way ahead. And Action Dan agrees. He just makes the call. He's going to let Jungleman hang himself. Great turn for Action Dan. And it gives Jungleman an up and down straight draw. So if you're going to bet the flop, I think you got to keep firing when you turn a 5. Unfortunately for him, It means Action Dan is never folding this ever in his life. Do you get it all in here? What's the point of shoving here if you're Action Dan?
So many big chips, can't think right now.
Are you trying to get hero called by a hand that has a lot of equity against you?
All his are perpetuity. It just goes on forever.
You're trying to get rid of his bluffs?
You're gonna watch a vlog from
I think a call here makes the most sense, and Action Dan tends to figure these things out. He does. What a call. What a call. And if we aren't already sure Action Dan was never folding here, now we're 1,000% sure. Jungleman knows ace high is no good. He's gonna get snapped off if he makes any bet here. Does he need to go all in, or is 20,000 effectively the same?
I feel like I haven't played it actually.
Jungleman wants to prove his point as the one true Dan at this table. He is counting out a fat bet. Can he move them over the line? He's going to. There it is. He leaves himself 10,000 behind.
All in.
And now look at Jungleman's face. He gives it up.
I feel like they always have it in this
He saves himself 10,000. And he sees the terrible news. Action Dan, it just kept getting better for him.
Number 2.
It's gonna be tough to stop this guy.
And this feels like Jungleman's villain origin story.
I had to fucking. Had to do that, I guess.
Let the hate flow through you, Jungleman.
Not everyone's mad at you.
Yeah. I'm sure Dan's really glad to be sunning a 25-50 game.
Yeah.
I swear to God, no one's ever folded in that spot ever.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
In that precise situation. Somehow everyone always has it.
Well, at least you saved yourself
Well, I couldn't
10,000.
think of how the fuck you could have it. That's part of the thing. That's like the
And
only
look
way
at his eyes. When his eyes are looking down to the side like that, they're looking directly at Action Dan's chips. Things could not be going better for Action Dan, and they could not be going worse for Jungleman. He's been here all of 25 minutes.
Offsuit?
And he's already lost it all effectively to his arch nemesis, Action Dan.
Check.
Yep. 2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair, 2 pair.
That was 2 pair, right? On the river.
Set.
I believe so.
What the fuck be in these spots?
Patrick, with top pair, is going to bet. This pot was limped around 7 ways.
Fuck. God damn it, I forgot he's got 2 bucks.
And this is not what the rest of the players at this table want. This is what they dread. Action Dan with $100,000 in front of him. And Action Dan has chips to play with. Nothing is safe.
Okay.
Controlled chaos moving forward. Does Ted want to make this call? He has a gutter to a jack. No.
Has to get the perfect card in the deck.
You think he holds it's not a jack?
Huh?
You think he holds it's not a jack?
Oh my. The rich get richer. Action Dan turns a 9. Patrick, not loving this, knows that Action Dan could certainly have a 9. He could have a 3.
Huh? Were you studying before you came here? That's why you're
He could also just have 5 high. Patrick makes the call. And now the question is, can Patrick get away from this? Because I'm Action Dan. I think I'm overbetting this baby. I think I'm going like 15,000. Maybe even full all in. Instead, he's going to bet about exactly pot.
Can't tell if you're just going for that third button. You're playing so different this time.
Patrick putting it together. He senses it. And the leveling wars continue. Because the main thing going through Patrick's mind here has to be, is Dan going for that bonus? Remember, Dan won the previous 2 hands. So this would be the 3rd hand in a row. There's an extra $2,500 at stake if he wins this hand. Because of that, Patrick is going to make this call. Of course, 9 deuce. Why not?
Like you're playing so different, like you actually have it. Like
the rich get richer. The battle of the Dans continues to flow towards Action Dan. No question who the table captain is here.
It just has the nuts. It's like fake action.
Can you take off?
You're calling him fake action?
Him the rights to it?
Yeah.
Could be the crush Dan or something.
Yeah.
Crushed Dan. He's Action Dan, you're Crushed Dan.
Pretty fucking hot.
Calling Action Dan fake action, that's funny.
Hard to run hotter.
Running $64,000 up. On the other side, Jungleman, $60,000 down.
I don't know how I'm going to be even like
The story of 2 Dans. A tale of 2 Dans.
Call.
I don't know what the Squid Game is.
You don't know what the Squid Game is? How are you going to play all these bounties and not the Squid Game?
Now Jungleman with a 7 deuce.
He's got 3.
What?
Action Dan is all in.
Defense.
Action Dan is all in with A6.
So is Dylan.
He is going after that 4-hand bounty of $6,000.
Yeah, he has,
Is
he has
this
3.
He's got 3.
He's got 3.
But 4 is 4 is 6,000.
4 would be 6,000.
Yeah, you're still gonna call him fake action now,
I woke up.
Jungleman?
Waited for the nuts.
Come on, be real action, Jungleman. Call with the 7 deuce, huh?
I got a fucking bounty hand.
How about that?
That's a good hand.
Action Dan, gonna need a miracle 6. We've seen him do it before. If this runs out clean, it'll be a triple up for
I have
Rampage.
ace king. Not really. Okay.
That is not
Top
clean.
pair at least, so that's fine.
Dan gonna need clubs. Rampage looking for a 10.
Still have outs.
Don't do it. 6.
He does not
No.
6 or 8.
have outs.
How is it always a 6?
Oh my god.
All right, I'll take a side one of sorts.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. How?
How the fuck is that?
Oh, I lose.
96.25.
Oh, I lose it all. All right, son of a bitch.
And Dylan
Unlucky.
gets it. Action Dan,
Bitch.
Mr. Fake Action, as Jungleman dubbed him, who opened shove for 60,000. Hey, come on, Jungleman.
At least we put a stop.
That is real action, bro.
They just wake up with ace
No
queen.
fake
and ace
action
king.
here.
That's 1 time 96.25.
Wow, I thought I was winning something.
So what's in the bounty? Is this the bounty?
Unfortunate.
What's in the bounty?
If I would have won this hand, Dan, I would have made 6K.
Oh. Yeah. I'm actually a fish. I just realized. Such a fish.
I'm like still
Nice
butthurt
table
that
shot
Danny
here
made
by
us
Nathan
stuff.
Ramirez on the
Still
table
butthurt,
side
though.
camera.
What the hell?
I'm mad that he made King
I'm
Jack
missing
in
a
that
board
one.
today,
It's
Dan.
very hard to have the nuts there.
I lose that, honestly.
Oh, Dan won the side pot. That's right.
I guess.
Oh, there's no side pot.
I have to.
Yes,
I have to.
I'd be very worried for your stack tomorrow.
Yeah. I will make change.
All right, back to the drawing board.
Okay, I'm gonna win a bounty. Give me 6-9, Sammy, on the button.
Ego wars. Remember that?
Good times.
Yeah. Oh, yes! Shuffle. Shuffle.
What?
It's after I get stabbed too. Oh my god, my guard was down.
And Lex saw it.
I know. I heard the chip shuffle. I heard it. I was like, oh no, I can't.
Dude, red-handed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
Good catch.
Oh, now I can do it.
I want to see an arm wrestling match between Mariano and Lex O. Who do we got in that one?
Check. I'm gonna just check.
Now I get to shuffle over my heart.
Oh, that's beautiful.
How do you hold strong for that long, dude?
I don't know. I didn't get stacked, that's all.
Pickles says, wait, what just happened? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused too. They must have had some side bet. I'm not even sure on exactly what. These guys need more action, I guess. There's a club for Dan. Why not? Oh, never mind. He has 9-3 offsuit. I thought it was 9-3 of clubs. Instead, he's drawing dead.
Right on bridge still.
1500.
Can you call it two there?
Jungleman needs to gather his thoughts.
It's getting hot up here.
Stretch his legs a little bit. Get the blood flowing.
I usually get that fan back there.
Oh, I forgot about this money.
There you go.
As much as I need.
Rampage, let's it go. Action, Dan.
Give him 1,000.
Showing who's boss.
Oh, that's right. I didn't tell what you scored.
Somebody has to put their foot down to Action Dan. As his foot has been on the accelerator the entire 2 hours of this show.
Pretty sure it's Dylan.
Mariano's got jokes today.
Put that up on a fucking TV.
Then call.
I don't have anything.
Dylan, are you running hot and
Called if
crushing
you
these
weren't in there,
guys?
but you called the flop, so I was like,
I'm barely even.
I had something. I had bad properties.
I think I
oh my
took
god,
the lead on
the
max
bad
loss.
properties, oh no.
Yeah, I can't ego call. Why would I do that? Why would I do such a thing?
Do you want another chip shuffle back?
No.
Make you feel better? We can double it.
No, I don't want any of this.
You don't want to get hustled?
I want to forfeit. I'll forfeit my stock and just play video games.
Yeah. You can.
Now it's Dan who's going to be chasing that $1,000 bounty. He won the previous hand, so if he wins this hand, it'll be $1,000. Nobody with a 3, but Dylan with a house.
100.
There it is.
Rampage, that's his 1%er. Oh, and Jungleman with top pair. But nobody really with a chance here against Dylan's house. And that locks it up. Dylan never going to be folding in this hand. He just wants more money in there, and these guys are not obliging. Action Dan. Looking like he might try to make a move. No, he just checks. Now Dylan's thinking, I have a house, there's only $800 in this pot. How tilting would this be if everyone just folds? Nice hand, Dylan. $650 for your troubles.
The bluff. It could have been the bluff.
Not that I know of. I'd play tomorrow, but I think table's full.
Okay.
I think the table's full.
Bluff. Bluff of the life.
Speaking of tomorrow, 50, 100, no limit hold'em. Lex O, Jungleman, Action Dan, Mariano return.
Appreciate it.
Much better, thank you.
But they're just going to be playing regular old Texas Hold'em. Boring.
What's that?
Are you the king of Argentina?
No. Self-proclaimed false king.
You know, for those of you that want to give us feedback about what you think of this bounty game and how we can improve it for the future, we're trying to run this about once a month. Very curious what your feedback is. leave it in the chat. Leave it in the comments after the show airs. You can go to the comment section and give us feedback. We're going to keep trying to improve the format of this game. The idea being the most unique and action-oriented game in all of poker. So far, so good.
Probably Brazilian.
But I'm sure many of you guys have some great ideas. We would love to hear the feedback, and we will use it. One of the main feedback that we got from the first version of this game was that some of the bounties were too complicated. Remember, you had to win with 7 deuce on the flop, you had to win with 6-9 on the turn. So we just simplified those. We kept the jack high on the river. That has not come into play yet.
That is 5.
So maybe we'll reconsider that one.
How often do you get a haircut, Magic?
Every 2 weeks.
Trace.
5,000. 6 block on 6 block.
Ace King gets it done for Mariano.
Huh?
500.
It's not my money. He looks like he's upset.
What made you think that I would go to a monster?
Oh, please.
What gave off that I would go to monster truck rallies?
Kind of the smell, I guess.
Trio K says, I think the bounty game's pointless. Just because no one's ever going to win 5 in a row, it's just going to be super unlikely. Look at the action in this game, Creo. Rewind the stream. You tell me if it's pointless. And hey, last time Mariano ended up winning 5 in a row and won the whole bounty pool. And remember, even if they don't do that, if no one wins at all and there's leftover money at the end, we have 2 splash pots to finish off the show with whatever's left over. So that money is going to be won somehow.
Like monster truck rallies, I think is more of like Alabama, South Carolina.
I don't know where it's popular. Why not?
Georgia.
How much
The idea of it seems really funny to me.
He's a small blind, right?
Action Dan with the 3-bet. Mariano trying to keep his streak alive. Does he want to go up against Action Dan? No, just a snap fold.
So you have to show to win the small blind.
I'm on raise till.
He's going to win the small blind kitty.
What do you have?
King 10.
How does that work? How the fuck does that work?
I'm still trying to figure everything out, yeah.
How does that work? That's what blows my mind.
What? Yeah, just take it.
Like,
50. Jungleman?
huh? You know what has to happen for that to work?
How much sleep did you get last night?
Not enough. Yeah,
On
that's what.
average, what do you think the amount of sleep you get?
Probably quite a bit, actually. Probably like 6 or so. 6 or 7. Can't be that far behind. I'm definitely functional.
Shayla's yours. Is that Mario?
There is.
Fan or your kid?
Feels really annoying.
I was gonna say.
Fucking demons. Dan on you. Hold around. What just happened? He tried to play Mariano.
I thought it was maybe, but whatever.
You're telling me you never been to a monster truck rally?
No.
Action Dan is all in.
I don't know if I like it or not.
You did some tattoos too. I feel like there's a good chance people are monster truck rallies.
This is sick. I fold.
I thought you were Action Dan.
Not this end.
Action Dan for sure calls that.
This is for collection.
It seems like, well, I did the same thing to be fair.
Fuck.
You're so lost.
I think.
How the fuck did you
How much?
All right, so that's an active streak for Dan. And so for those of you asking about how this game works, at the start of tonight's game, we took $6,000 from each player.
Oh, that looks
$6,000 from each player.
Yes.
There's 8 players in tonight's game, so that's a $48,000 bounty pool. We're piling that money in seat 5 with a sign there that shows the bounties. If you win 2 hands in a row, you win $1,000 from that pool. If you win 3 hands in a row, you win $2,500 from that pool. 4 hands in a row, $6,000 from that pool. 5 hands in a row, you win it all. And then we have bounties for winning with 6-9, 7 deuce, or jack high or worse on a river.
Oh, it's 50?
Did have the best hand one hand, and then he called. Top 2 in the 4-up pot.
Oh, they got Mariano. They got him. Interview time.
So Action Dan going to try to keep that streak.
Fuck, he's won 2 hands already?
He's won 2 hands in a row.
I don't get it.
Well, never mind. That was 1 in a row. Oh, no, it was 2 in a row. So this would be 3 in a row for Action Dan. I had to rewind and check. So he won the 1,000 on the previous hand. If he wins this hand, it'll be 2,500 from the bounty pool. So look at that number that shows the pot size. Add 2,500 for Action Dan. There's 3,600 in the pot for the other 2 players. There's 5,100 in there for Action Dan. And because they know he's going for this, it's going to bring along Dylan with just a jack. He has the best hand right now. But can he withstand the pressure of Action Dan? Patrick's in. He has a flush draw. Some backdoor straight opportunities as well. That is a relative brick on this board. Action Dan now with a straight draw to a 4. He just checks around. And there's a 9 for Patrick, so he's de-incentivized at betting. Action Dan can't really tell a story here. There's no way he would have checked an ace around like this. No way. He could have a weird 2 pair. I mean, 3-9, Jack-9, 5-9, who knows? The man is clearly playing any 2 cards. Lex enjoying some chocolate lava cake and ice cream. I think actually Dan is thinking of making a big move here. If I were him, I think I might feel like my opponent's ranges are capped. I'm wondering, are they going to call for all of their chips? The pot size bet here might be easy to call for a jack. But you go over pot, now you're really leaning into it. And I think that's what he's thinking. How much do I need to bet? He goes all in. He does it. All in. To win that $2,500 bounty. And look at Dylan's hands shaking. He's suddenly forced to play for all of it. Almost a 4x pot bet from Action Dan, and Dylan is going to fold his jack. Patrick now with a chance to hero call. A 9 is the same as a jack here, but he lets it go.
Yes.
Action Dan.
Oh gosh.
I almost called. That's crazy.
You have an ace?
No, I had a jack, but I almost called.
That's 3 in a row for Action Dan. That's an extra $2,500. And now the $6,000 bounty on the table for Action Dan. So these side quests are really impacting the way they're playing.
Time. Let's all just go for a picnic.
Let's go.
Nice bet. Nice bet.
I'm in the little blind? Okay, but I can win this, right? Yeah. Okay.
Wildest poker game I've ever commentated on.
I feel like Dan's gonna fold, and I'm just gonna take
Action Dan now, eligible for that $6,000 bounty, and every player now has to be thinking about that. And if he wins that,
We can do it.
he can win a 5th hand to take the rest of the bounty pool.
We can do it.
So they're talking about playing defense against Action Dan, and I think that's the right move. A little bit of collusion against Action Dan. You have to do it. He has about as much as most of the other players combined now.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. Does it have to be a full fold or just a pre-flop fold? Just a pre-flop. So I can get it.
Oh, I mean open fold, sorry.
Okay.
I
was like,
sorry.
we really need to talk quick right now because like I'll ship my stack just for the extra Rampage incentive, you know?
So he called, right? He called, he raised.
He calls, raise, call.
Someone said I almost called with a bunch of clown faces. I thought that was a great comment. Whoever removed that. These guys are all clowns. Look at Mariano. He's in with pocket 6s. If that doesn't deserve some clown emojis, I don't know what does. Mariano playing defense against Action Dan. Doesn't want to let him win that 4th hand in a row.
People are in.
All in, 2 all in.
Patrick all in with the 5s.
Oh, Jesus.
And Dan makes the call with King 4.
I feel like I have Dan beat. I think.
Jungleman's comment that Action Dan is fake action is looking more and more foolish every minute of this show. Call him fake action now, why don't you? He needs to hit a king.
Probably play nice, and then you guys.
The biggest pot.
That's all I need. Bear Greenstein.
With the king right now.
Oh my god, this is looking great.
This is looking very great.
This is looking great for Mariano. He couldn't ask for better.
All you
He
guys
has
buy
to
out
dodge
right
a
now.
king only.
Wait, how much?
So one of the other 2 5s.
No, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
King.
What? That is so anti.
6 in the window. Wow, that is lame. Give me a break.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
That's not even fair.
And a bad manner 5 for Patrick at the end. Mariano, suddenly with $76,000 in front of him, makes 42 of it on that hand. Playing defense for the table.
I really wanted that one. I thought that one was coming for sure.
I guess I couldn't have collected your
Then
5K
you
no
worked
matter
so
what.
hard just to
Like impossible.
get cooler. Huh?
Wild action here at the bounty
Hey, Mariano.
game.
And you paid the 5?
Yeah.
Worked so hard just to get
I
cooler,
took
bro.
5 out, put a 5 in there.
Strategies are evolving. The chips are flying. Action Dan doing Action Dan things. Jungleman down 60. Patrick down 32. The bounty pool only with 19,000 remaining. We're on pace for that to run out before the end of the show. We'll see how things pan out. Mariano up 15,000. Action Dan up 32,000. Sorry, make that 54,000. It's really just Mariano and Action Dan. I mean, Ted is up 3,800. That might as well be even in this game. And the V-Pips, Action Dan, 82%.
You can do anything you want. That's
If
the beauty
he
of the game.
finishes above 80% tonight, we are officially making 80% the Action Dan line. We already have the Keating line at 70%.
That's why it's going to
So the Keating line is officially 70%. That's been that way
He's got the name. He's got
for a couple years on the show.
Other action. Dan, you're gonna have to
As
use your name.
play has progressed and the action has gotten wilder, we've given birth to the next generation of action player, Action Dan. 82%. Can he hold?
We should probably call him Action Dan, right?
Yeah, he's
Insane.
Action Dan right now. Junbei Dan. That's not action, that means ready. It's definitely action.
I have a really bad headache. Starting to get a headache. You should. I hate headaches. Every time I start to get one, it gets like really bad.
I've got some ibuprofen.
Oh yeah, I'd love to bump some off you.
That's why he brings a backpack.
Yeah. You know, for all this shit I talk,
backpacks are helpful.
Yeah.
Mr. Putts and Calls says bounty pool at 0% VPIP. Sad. Yeah, come on, bounty pool. Become sentient and play.
Oh, I think I have 4,500.
And now Mariano going to go for that 2-hand bonus and the 7 deuce bonus in one hand.
All in for 4,500.
Rampage with an excellent shove here.
Call.
Mariano calls. Mariano calls. He's going to try to donk off with the 7 deuce. This is a super bounty hand because he'll win the 2 hands in a row and the 7 deuce bounty, 1,000, 1,000. There's an extra 2,000 in there for Mariano. And Rampage just needs to dodge a 7 or a
ace.
deuce.
Only an ace.
You're good. Rampage getting it back. Finally, maybe his luck will turn around. Can we see the Rampage of yesteryear? Reckless Rampage.
Up everyone, 50, please.
Here, Magic.
Thank you, sir.
50 jungle.
You know, this amount's not very much. We should make. How do we get more in there?
If it goes around longer, nobody wins it, right?
But then it's only like 1,500, right, or something?
Air Eliminator 2.0, who always has
Feels
good
so
takes,
small.
says Rampant all in next hand. Let's see Air Eliminator. Oh, he's refining his prediction. He says Rampage all in blind pre. It's maybe a little too precise. If he's all in, I'll give you credit.
It should be at least 100.
Yeah. Guys, cool with that? Let's switch the small blind thing to 100. Is everyone okay with that? Yeah. Patrick, you good with that?
Sure.
Here we go to Rampage.
Is it?
Just a call.
Wow. All right, I call.
So we're going to play some poker here because Action 10 is not in the hand.
Like that. I'll call with whatever in the spot.
The dynamic changes when you're in one of those 18% of hands we've had tonight that Action Dan isn't involved in. He's basically been involved in every big pot.
Dan, did you win yesterday after all? How did it go?
Check. I lost around like 30 or 40. Check.
Oh, really?
I don't think I can play as crazy as that.
I saw yesterday your lodge win, dude. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Congrats. Yeah. Was that your first time there?
It was, and I flew in with 2 days without sleep, so I just right in.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Why did you not sleep for 2 days?
Just on a bender, partying.
Dog.
Check.
On a bender.
Check.
A lot of amazing poker sessions have happened off of benders.
Also a lot of disastrous.
That's when your third eye comes out.
Yeah. Was it like a bunch of pots or one big pot or?
It was like 1 or 2 big pots and a bunch of pots. Yeah, I was in a very clicky, very clicky mood.
2,000.
Like especially clicky mood.
You were running really well.
You did it. You did it.
Jungleman finally with a little bit of momentum.
Give me that. With any two.
Yeah, I was gone.
All right, 100 everyone and 200 from the button.
Everyone believes me all the time.
He wins the small blind bounty there. And the players, I don't know if you noticed, but on that hand, they agreed that now the kitty is going to be $100 each instead of 50.
Oh, yeah.
So now they're each putting 100 on the button. You see that stack there has $800 on it. And the only player that can win it is in the small blind. And each time the button passes you, the players will
amongst
add
all the
100
madness, you don't
to the
let
pile.
straddles.
That's where we draw the line.
Yeah, I guess we're not animals here, right? Yeah.
Too nuts. Game would be way too big.
Who has the winning button?
And Action Dan has
queens. Me
queens.
this time, buddy. You can forward
And
me,
you just
though.
never put this guy on
re-raise.
queens.
You can't do that.
Especially when he limps in. The old man coffee move here. Limping in with your monster.
1,000.
Mariano going to try to win it right now. And this looks fishy, so Jungleman's going to come along with the King 10. Because these guys just all think everyone's up to something no good. Here comes the big raise. Some action, Dan.
7,000. Are you fucking kidding?
Jungleman does not want to fold to the other Dan. You can see
I guess I fold, whatever.
the push and pull in his head, but he makes the right decision here.
I have to show, right? I don't have to show. Thank God. Okay.
He doesn't have to show the queens.
That was the stupidest call of all time I made.
I don't know, Jungle. I've seen you do some dumb shit.
I've seen you do a lot of dumb shit. That was not even close.
No comment.
Stupidest call in the last 15 minutes. Definitely that.
What's the story behind Jungle?
Well, you go back 20, 25 minutes and it's not even close.
The real story.
We recorded it. Yeah. I'll show it to you.
Recently?
later.
Sick.
Yeah, like a couple days ago, a week ago or something. Sounds sick.
I like how excited you are when you talk about this shit.
If you're liking what you see, hit the like button.
Yeah, now it's good.
Bink it. Don't be a nit. Let's get to 10,000 viewers. Look at this cooler. Aces, ace, king. Action Dan has 4-3, so we know he's going to be in. Because he has 2 cards that are suited. Action Dan hasn't folded suited connectors pre-flop to a 3-bet in 5 years.
Oh, sick.
Dylan with a huge 4-bet, and this is a very strong 4-bet. So Dan obviously lets it go. Dylan with a snap call. We're going to run it once, and Patrick is going to need a miracle. So Dan was sandwiched there with 2 real hands. There's some diamonds.
Damn it.
Some life for Patrick. Can he find a diamond?
Pretty dead here, actually.
One time.
Not anymore. 3-4 diamonds. I don't know how I would have managed to win this one.
You had 3-4 diamonds?
Yeah.
Diamond.
Exactly.
Oh, Dan would have hit a house.
Oh my gosh.
It's never
Come on,
easy,
Action
man.
Dan.
It's
That was your chance.
Even with aces, you're like, God.
Like it's 55,
Fake
45.
Action
Like,
Dan. I'm with Jungleman.
Is the food coming?
Yeah, I know, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it.
10K?
I'd like to...
15. 15. This is my last one.
And Patrick announcing this is his last buy-in. Does that change the way the other players will perceive him? It's never a good idea to let your opponents know you're on your last buy-in. Even if you are, no reason to let them know.
Did you give me 15?
Good poker players know how to prey on that.
I think you're 100 short on these things. So it's 400.
Good.
Raise. 100. I'm looking you up.
I also had a 4 there.
Chasing you down.
Any 2 or something, right?
I also had a 4 there.
Any 2.
A little salt in the wound there, right?
Any 2.
All right.
Anything with the 2 in it.
Made on the big
You're getting
screen,
doom zoomed over there.
Yeah, you can see the rage in my going on. This is what I get for not dressing up. If I dressed up, I would have ran super hot.
It's not too late to take that white shirt
I don't
off.
even know why I didn't even call it 3-4. I
Alright,
didn't even clear it, actually. I didn't realize. It wasn't even that much. How much do you have, man?
How much do I have now?
No, with aces.
Oh, with aces? I had like 27 behind.
27K?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had way more than I had.
Oh,
14.
okay, that's not too
I
bad.
had 14. He probably would have told me, but he had.
Yeah.
We got into.
Probably so close. Well, because I only had one
It's
buy.
gonna be tougher Action Dan when
I want a pot.
I only had one button at a time, right?
Have you won a bounty yet?
It's a tough spot to make a move.
No, I haven't won a bounty.
Freeway.
I don't think I've won a bounty either, actually.
I got here 2 hours late.
You're not that bad.
Came with one fucking bounty the whole time.
We're only like halfway through.
They gave me 7 dudes.
We'll go with 6 more.
Actually, I had 6.
The Rampage going for that 9-6 bounty.
Oh.
Not going to work.
Heads up.
He needs to find a jack for a chop. He doesn't find it. Don't do it, Rampage. Don't do it.
All in.
Oh, no.
How much is that?
Rampage.
How much?
How much?
Never go full retard, Rampage.
1, 2, 3. 6,
Simple jack. Simple Rampage.
6,550. All right, so I'm gonna use a little bit of game theory here. Do I have a good hand to call this? Probably.
Uh-oh. Not what Rampage wants to hear.
I feel like you have it.
You could feel his heart sink.
This doesn't feel like it's gonna be that insane.
Yep.
I need notes.
Could I have had it? Could have had that. I could have had that. Could have had that. Could have that. I guess.
Yeah, thanks for talking us through the game theory. Could have had that, or that. Very detailed.
Early.
You give a fuck?
No, I'm going to where you live.
What can Rampage do to encourage a fold?
You rampaging right now?
For business, right, Magic?
What am I gonna fold? I'm gonna fold something.
Of course, I gotta pick up some chips.
I'm gonna fold something. I gotta fold sometimes. I can't be that insane.
Where are you gonna stay?
You gotta throw the GTO out the window, man. The guy has 9-6. He's going for a bounty. You're not considering that fact.
Not really useful.
Where are you going with?
Okay, so.
Some players.
I'll be back.
Is it that insane? Maybe.
I'll be there.
You're still there?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I'll be there till Monday.
What you got? Fucking Rampage. You got the set. Just fucking min-raise pre-flop. Nah, fuck me. I don't know. I don't even. Maybe he does do that.
Yeah. Good.
It's interesting how long he's thinking about this $6,000 call when he basically snapped it against Action Dan in a $100,000 pot.
He needs to check the frickin'.
I have a straight. How could you not?
No, he just has 6-9.
Apparently I had a bad hand to call it.
All right. You paid the 2K right here?
Jungle.
Yeah. And everything else.
Maybe with a little momentum. Up to 69,000, but he's still down a buttload. How much is a buttload? $50,000.
Really? That's a tough call, Jungle.
On the other side, Mariano, the big winner now, up 48,000. Action Dan up 32,000.
It's not a slow.
Dylan 10.
It was a slow roll.
Ted up 2,800. Everyone else down 5 figures or more.
Daniel Hundo.
Never seen the Jungle think that long for $6,000. With top pair.
Yeah, Mariano commenting that he's never seen Jungle take that long
It may look like
with top
being an
pair
idiot half the time, but
for
it's not being an
6,000.
idiot all the time.
Yeah.
Only some of the time. You can't be an idiot that
You
much
can
of the
see
time.
Jungle just kind of unraveling. This is not
Don't ever go full retard.
Jungle.
Yeah.
Hey, you said it.
I like going full retard.
Yeah,
That bluff was ambitious.
it was.
That was pure
Sometimes you gotta go
ambition
full
right there, I will
retard,
say
I guess.
Hard work, determination.
It was definitely hard work and determination.
Blood, sweat, and clicking.
I feel like most of the stuff I do is not that stupid.
Jungle.
Some stuff's pretty stupid. Gotta do some stupid stuff.
You gotta do some stupid stuff, or you're not living life. Jungle Man,
You gotta
gonna
do
live
some
on the edge here. He
stupid stuff.
flops
Check.
2 pair.
How many did you take?
5.
Go pretty handy. At least 500?
And how do you proceed as Jungle Man? You have this board crushed.
Yeah. No, I just meant like, are they, how many?
But you have to remember that maybe they're thinking you're just going to be going for those bounties.
You don't have more than
And I think that's what he's thinking. So he's going to make it look like he's just trying to steal a bounty. And look at this, he's going to get action from Patrick. There's a diamond on the turn. Patrick with the jack of diamonds. That is significant now.
Check.
Interesting check. And it instantly checks back. I think now you just overbet. You're always good here. Always good. It is so unlikely that your hand is bad. Make it look like a bluff. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. He's just going to go all in. I love this play. And remember, Patrick told the table he was on his last buy-in, so he doesn't call.
You have to show to get the second button.
Okay, I had it.
Well, maybe he should have gone less, specifically against Patrick, to get the call. But instead, he's going to win his second hand in a row. Extra 1,000 for Jungleman. Well, we have the other Dan at the table now, finally picking up some momentum. And it just feels like we're moving towards this inevitable clash of the Dans.
Try it again. That's better.
What did I do? Show me how I did.
Well, the first time when I first met you, you just were so limp. You were like that.
Wants to prove he is the superior Dan.
I would do it just so
Action Dan just doesn't give an
You do
F.
the early grab and you
Playing
don't want to
82% of hands.
You want to come in like.
I gotta pay attention in case I get judged. I want to not get judged for my handshakes.
Keep an eye on that. Rampage now with the Gretzky.
You're min? You're going in
just
min?
a raise to
I can't lose
100.
that much if I'm going in min.
That is a min raise. That's a tournament raise right there. 2x. It's going to get 3-bet by Action Dan, of course.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Times are tough.
He has suited connectors. Might as well be aces to him.
Shit. It's the same guy who played me 100, 200. How was the latest one? It does seem like I'm too absent-minded with this stuff.
All in. Your handshakes are getting better.
Yes.
Rampage going to move all in here. He's hoping for a cry call from Jungleman. And I don't think Jungleman was really considering the bounty there. Because if he considers the bounty and he thinks there's 2,500 more in the pot for me,
It's like, what the fuck? Seriously, such a
I
spite
don't think it's
play.
that hard of a call to make, actually, even with his hand, but he lets it go. Count one
I want to have like a strat
for
talk
Rampage. Can he
with,
finally
like,
get some
whatever,
momentum here?
Just to vent my thoughts.
I love strat talk.
I can't strat
Rampage now
talk
eligible for that
table.
$1,000 bonus if he wins this next hand. Haven't heard much from Lex O in a while.
Spited a couple times here.
He gave into the gamble early on in the game. So did Ted. They both got run over by Action Dan, and since then, we haven't heard basically a peep from them poker-wise.
Oh, look at you guys. Patrick? Okay.
Raise 400.
Speaking of Ted, he has pocket kings, and Patrick has ace king. What a night for Patrick. Absolute disaster. A shit show. He said it's his last buy-in, and it might end up in the middle right now. Because Ted is not calling 350.
Watch.
Dan, how old are you?
He's going to raise it up to 2,000, it looks like. I think Patrick is going to play this conservatively. Just a call. Just a call. That's buy-in number 1. I think that's going in the middle. This is buy-in number 4. He said it's his last one of the night, and so he's just going to call. He's going to play a low variance poker, and it might end up saving him. Mariano. Going to make the call. Can Rampage fold? Moves for too much of his chips.
Get me the fuck out of there.
All diamonds. Patrick with the ace of diamonds now. Ted with kings and the king of diamonds.
Was I politely supposed to ask? This is like a handshake thing where...
Do you down bet here as Ted?
This one
I like this play. 2,000. Same bet, giving Patrick really good pot odds.
Come on.
And look at that. When it's 3 ways like this, Patrick is actually a favorite. When Mariano folds, it'll be close to a coin flip. That tells me there's a lot of diamonds left in this deck. A lot of diamonds, because Patrick is a favorite here between the aces and the diamonds alone. So our system takes card removal into account.
This is it for me. Look at these hands. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, let's go. One time for everything. Ready?
So we got about a coin flip to see a diamond or an ace. One time. There it is. And that's going to lock it up for Patrick. Good for you.
That's really
Patrick, father of
It would have
10.
been sicker if someone had 2 sevens. It could have been sicker.
Daddy's coming home with some money today. Daddy has mouths to feed, diapers to buy, school supplies.
9 calls with ace and king. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11,000.
He needed that. Ganger631 in chat says, Patrick deserved this one. I agree. Jerry Lee says, father of 10? Yes. That man is not shooting blanks.
Just kiss it off.
What's the biggest family that you knew
I mean, I'll lay it on fire for that.
in your hometown growing up?
Oh, you
You're
light
a
it.
family of 8.
It's 100 now.
10 is just, jeez. What are the age gaps?
Well, you need to get one first, and then you can light it.
Yeah. You're right.
So I can't even get the one.
Just want to remind you that I believe in you.
Thank you. Someone has
7,300.
7,300. I sold for this game, you know. It's too big.
That wasn't cool, Ted.
Snow Monkey, Emperor of all poker chat. Snow Monkey reborn.
And plays itself.
Snow Monkey cycling through all the different poker accounts he has.
Yeah.
How long until this one gets banned, Snow Monkey?
And, my name comes from when I started.
We don't have any women on the show, so you should be good today.
Huh? I thought I answered your question.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, thank you.
Uh,
I just like when you call me Action Dan. No, not many people call me.
Oh, excuse me. I should have just called you Dan.
Yeah, Dan's fine.
You're the only
I'm just
Dan
playing
for
Snow
today.
Monkey. You can get out of line whether or not there's women.
Our names have both been stolen, to be fair.
Rampage is all in with the crabs.
No, I know.
Then Dan, I can't
He's
claim
sensing
Action
weakness. He senses stiffness in the division, and he's going to ship it. He wants to be the champ.
Wait, so what happened here?
He's all in.
There's a raise,
So I thought made my ace and king.
a call.
That's all. But then you added king and diamonds, and I thought.
What's going on?
How much am I?
Jungleman,
I was worried I might be.
they're going to make him this call.
Oh, God, I had. Did you lose track? No, but the king and diamonds.
Action Dan could not look more bored over there.
Normally I would call you Action Dan. but
He's going to make the call. It's a snap call
Yeah, I
with
know.
King 9.
He stole the name. He deserves it.
Here we go. Rampage. Going to need to dodge a king or a 9 to double up to 10,000.
Could have given me a triple 3 times.
All right, let's go one.
One time Max Payne. Here we go.
52.75.
A dirty coin flip for Rampage. He's 42%. That will all change once we see this flop.
Is that your good one?
Clean.
That is my
But a
good one.
5 would also win it now, so it's a coin flip. Oh, there's a
Fucking
5.
damn it.
He needs a 3.
3 high?
Do you know you're playing?
Bored. Fucking bored.
Well, he wasn't lying. He wasn't good.
Action Dan doing Action Dan things. It's not how we drew it up, but it counts anyhow.
Kill myself now.
And these guys, look at, they're all looking at each other like, what is this guy doing? How is this happening? Can't somebody do something?
Yeah. Sometimes I'm in Brazil or Guatemala or some shit.
I was gonna like ask for a 5.
Sometimes I'm legit in the fucking jungle and I'm actually playing.
You hear the monkeys in the background?
Yeah, sometimes the monkeys are there trying to like steal my iPad and stuff. Sometimes they're hiring monkeys or like they're trying to get monkeys to like do some fucked up shit.
Meanwhile,
They're real crafty. Sometimes they get real crafty.
You say so.
He just has much cooler tats
I have a stomach ache.
and watches.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get some ice cream. That might help me.
I played with Will last week, 2 weeks ago. I call it pleasant.
Patrick now with the 9-6. Action Dan won the
Mariano,
previous
I'm gonna
hand, so
respect
he has
you
the
less,
$1,000 he can win on this one.
My respect is legit gonna go down. There's some stupid fucking hand. Like, sure. Like queen 2 offsuit or some dumb thing.
Okay.
Or like king 9. King 9
Dan
deserves
casually sitting there with $90,000 in front of him. Just a day at the office for this guy. 1,900 in the pot.
But I will
We have
say,
2
if
players
I'm in
going
a
after
more
bounties here.
degenerate
We have a
mood, you would earn
9-6,
my
that's
respect for that
$1,000. And it flops open-ended for Patrick. And with Action Dan, who can win 2 hands in a row for $1,000. And Mariano with the Jack 10.
I'm talking about.
Sometimes I don't
There's a
even know
6.
if you know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Action Dan still in the lead here.
I'm speaking on behalf
That's
of
a
my
big
multiple
bet.
personalities.
2,500 over pot size.
Excuse me, can you get me
I can see this inducing action from Patrick because he just thinks that Dan never has it. How can you give Dan credit for a hand?
Look, he didn't even have to move. Yeah.
Safe in one hand motion.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to start mucking like shit.
Patrick
just so
makes
he
the
can start
call.
appreciating things.
He's going to need some help, and he gets it.
Are you talking about me or who?
Does Action Dan need to bet here? Is he getting a better hand to fold? That's what I want to know.
I gotta feel like I'm next. What up?
Is he getting a better hand to fold?
I'm waiting.
And is he getting called by a worse hand? So he just checks.
6-9.
Dan, incredibly bright. It takes a real special mind to play the kind of poker that he plays.
Whoa.
There you go. I thought you were going to pull an all-in.
He creates these unique situations, and the reason he's so good at them is because he's used to them. This is what he does every time he plays.
I'm here on the sidelines with the legendary Rampage Poker. Rampage, tell us how it's going. Tell us how the action is. How are you feeling?
I'm flipping, and I tried to minimize my losses by min buying, and it seems like it's not working because now I think I'm like one of the biggest losers. I don't know, but it's a good time though. Lots of all-ins. It's kind of my speed, so it's been a lot of fun regardless of the result.
It's not over yet. You're going to get right back in the action. What's your plan going forward? How are you going to get unstuck? I think you can do it.
I think I need to sacrifice a goat to run better again or something. I don't know. I haven't won an all-in since Nam, it seems like.
It hurts me to hear that. Rampage, get back in there. Go get him.
Thanks, Sandor.
Sandor, one of the most positive people in poker you'll ever meet.
Anybody call you that?
Amazing person. Anyone who spends time here at Hustler Casino knows
I
Sandor.
had money like pretty young.
He's here all the time. Knows everyone by name.
I had $1 million.
Always in good spirits.
Being 20
Great
years
to
old,
have
and
him
I
on the
had $5
sideline.
million by the time I was 21.
Wow.
So I got some people to like trying to grease my elbows or whatever the word is. Huh?
Oh, we moved it to 100.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. 100 then. Raise 200.
But I mean, I also got whole bad things too.
Action Dan.
Listen all. Sweet.
That's all from poker, huh?
Huh?
That was all from poker?
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
It is.
Nice.
What's going on here? There's a raise from Action Dan.
Fake Action Dan.
Mariano, the King of Argentina. I guess I fold.
The Jungleman really waiting for his spot against Action Dan.
800.
Keep an eye on that for later. Ted makes a 3-bet. He has been one of the tighter players at this table, and he still gets called by everyone involved in the hand. So we're 4 ways, and there's 2 hearts. That is super significant. 2 players now with flush draws. Mariano, 1% to win. He has the second nut flush draw.
14.
Action Dan with top pair. Just a call from Mariano. Ted with a gut shot to a jack. And 2 overcards. He's going to make the call. That's going to bring Patrick along. Just a call. So this is a very interesting pot all of a sudden. We're close to 10,000 already in there. And there's the heart. Rip Mariano. F's in chat for Mariano. How does Patrick not double up here? You got to play this fast as either player. And it checks through? Oh my. Is there any way Mariano doesn't end up doubling Patrick up here? When it checks through on the turn, maybe. You got to bet something that can be raised here as Patrick, knowing the cards. That's probably the perfect amount because that's going to induce a raise from Mariano. And Dan's just throwing bad money in behind there. So Action Dan's hand is capped here. Mariano should have no fear of Action Dan having a better hand. The only hand he's thinking of here is Patrick, who led out into 3 opponents. His hand is just too good to just call. He's got to maximize value here. If you're going to play the King 6 suited here, you have to play it like it's the nuts if you get this far with it. If you run into the ace-high flush, you run into the ace-high flush. And you can reevaluate if you get re-raised after this. What do we think the sizing is here? Something you want to be called. I think 17,000, something in that ballpark, 20,000. It's like about 22.
18.
Or 18,000, okay. Mariano and I thinking the same here. And so Patrick, with the nuts, is going to make Mariano reconsider his life decisions when he shoves all in. And he does. And now Mariano is basically priced in, and he knows what Patrick has. This is never a queen high flush from Patrick.
How much more?
It's just not. Patrick, a very solid poker player. Solid enough that Mariano can fold here. This would be an exploitative fold. If you think it through, it's hard to have a bluff the way this played. It's just always what it is. So does Mariano want to throw 14,000 into the middle and likely right into the arms of Patrick? Great fold, disciplined fold.
I have to show for my button, right?
And he gets the info.
That's your second win, huh?
Yep. Yep.
And it actually makes me reconsider the sizing that Mariano used on his raise, because if he had raised a little less, that fold becomes easier. That fold becomes a lot easier if he raises to, let's say, 14,000 instead. On the other hand, if he'd gone even a little bit bigger, let's say he raised to 22,000, he would have been priced in and basically would have had to call. He's really on a razor's edge there. Maybe just a few thousand too big, because it still did not feel good to fold for 14,000 more. Here's the cumulative winnings. Jungleman fighting back. Down less than 50,000. That's a good thing for him. He was down over 60 15 minutes ago.
200.
9,600 of you watching out there. Tell your friends, let's get to 10,000. Bink the like button, we appreciate it. This game is off the chains.
He's trying to
bonkers.
Claim his honor. Thank you.
No chips are safe. We have the battle of the Deans. Everyone trying to figure out what to do to beat this game. What's the strategy to employ? Are you trying to trap? Are you trying to control every single hand like Action Dan? He's ahead now, by the way, with just an 8 against 2 straight draws. A 10 here will be tilting for Lex O. Let's see it. 10 me. There it is. Let's see Lex. There we go. Of course. What a feeling in poker. You fold it, and then you kind of know it's coming when you fold it. Of course. Of fucking course. What a joke. And it's Mariano now with the best hand with a 10. Should just be an easy check back. That is a scary board. There's a one-liner to a straight. A million hands that beat you.
Wow, he really was busting a move.
Good bluff.
Is there a bonus for like? I guess there's a bonus for winning a hand.
Lex O still feeling that hand with the head roll.
That was very disrespectful.
Not even suited, offsuit.
You should use your intimidating presence to show them what's up.
Got bigger arms. Fucking first raise of the night.
That was disrespect. You have to do something about that.
First raise of the night.
I just won it.
The good news is it's really hard for that one to be plus EV.
300.
Mariano now with the 9 deuce.
This one, I don't know. This one could be plus EV.
He's going to try to go for the 2 hands in a row.
I feel like anything you do at this table is plus EV.
Well, not anything. I'm going to have to disagree there.
What's one bad thing you could do that could be bad for you in the long run?
You could re-raise total air when someone's just going to not fold you and then jam all in. You could do that.
Action Dan. They put in a massive 3-bet here. This is basically for 10% of Mariano's chips.
No, there's like
with
a
9 deuce offsuit.
Get in there,
So let it go.
I did actually do
Here's Patrick, and Action Dan wins another one. From the small blind, he's going to win that giant kiddie pool there.
No bounty.
At least to like have air.
Not even one fucking.
Now, each player's going to add 100 to it. Remember, each time the button passes you, the players add 100 to a pot that they call the kitty. You can only win it when you're in the small blind. If you just win the hand in the small blind, you win the entire pile.
Not bad, huh?
You're seeing what's going on? How can you not be that happy with Ace Jack? Yeah, like, costs like somewhat big. You gotta be pretty happy.
Down 100?
What's the 100 for?
Especially in the small blind.
It's got to be a frustrating experience for Mr. Rampage Poker.
What did you fold? At least I got in there. You just folded.
He's got it in many times and relative coin flips, and it's just lost.
6x rate. What are you talking about?
Unable to run up a stack.
I don't know, Jungle. Why don't you do something? You're just sitting there yapping, waiting for top
You need
pair.
a double, a double, a double,
I fucking called top pair.
and then another double, and then he's right back in there.
Going all in.
There you go. Just keep folding and yapping. I'm in here playing pots.
You're definitely playing pots.
This is my hand.
I will say that.
So Action Dan won the previous hand.
10-7 offsuit is.
He's in there with the Queen 4.
Confirmed.
I'm in here. I'm in here, man.
You're definitely in there. I can't even.
There's a 4. Mariano has a jack. Action Dan's gonna bet. He's thinking if no one has a jack, I'm probably just good here. Might as well bet. Fortunately, it's Mariano with a jack. These two came to battle on opposite ends of the table. The two big winners tonight. Action Dan and Mariano. There's a queen for Action Dan. He knows he's good. Action Dan, an expert at rivering and turning 2 pair. With cards that should never connect to his hand. That's a big bet. Over pot size. 4,800. 150% pot.
10-7 suited is all right.
Mariano lets it go. 2 in a row for Action Dan. That bounty pool is evaporating.
Sorry, every time.
Then give me 4,000.
How many 2 pairs?
What?
4,000?
Because you won 1,000 for your second.
You and Dan are sort of winning.
We're here to play. See how we're not yapping? We're actually playing. We should try it.
You can talk and play at the same time.
I can't. No, I can't. I can't really play any harder than I've already played. Have you made any 30K, 40K bluffs so far?
Nah.
All right, then shut the fuck up.
This is fun.
Touched a nerve with this.
Just you, Jungle, just you.
Yeah.
That had this torture. Min raise.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
It's catching heat.
Huh?
It's catching heat. It's
I
spreading.
did this. I caused this.
300. It's spreading.
Tilt. I keep forgetting about this guy with 2 wins.
14.
Team effort here, guys.
Yeah, team effort. Let's go. No picnics.
There you go.
Action Dan 4-betting the 7 deuce. Jungleman with 4-3. Here's the battle of the Dans.
I know he's calling. I know he's calling.
That's right.
You guys got this, okay?
Nobody with anything other than Action Dan and his balls of steel. He's gonna bet with the 7 deuce.
Do you guys know how this game works? Maybe Mariano would do something with this. You know what? Maybe you'd make a move there.
Well, Action Dan won the previous 2 hands, or was it 3 hands?
You know what? The fact that you...
No, just 2 hands in a row. So he'll have a $2,500 bounty if he can win this one.
I just really thought there was not a...
That's actually a great card for Ted, because if Action Dan is bluffing, and Ted is just good all day, and Action Dan could essentially be drawing dead, which he basically is.
You can't even
He's drawing to a chop of a full house.
I've actually sworn off alcohol recently.
Question is, if Action Dan puts Ted all in, what will Ted do? Action Dan does it! Action Dan winning fans in the chat tonight. What a play by Action Dan! And it's just a feeling that Action Dan gets about some of these players like Ted, who's a very straightforward poker player. And Action Dan's thinking, I can get him to fold. I can get him to fold a 9 maybe. And definitely this kind of hand. Ace high, queen high. Which are basically the same thing here, because Action Dan's hand is so polarized. Can Ted dig deep and make this call? He does. Good for you, Ted.
I would never fold.
Good for you, Ted. Nice call. Puts it together in real time and makes the call.
I didn't know if you knew that he had 2 buttons.
Yeah. No question who the manliest man at this table is, though. It's Action Dan.
If you had it there,
Action Dan just has it every time.
He has it every time, except when he has 7 deuce and just plays it the same.
Paying it off. I was just...
And that guy almost folded.
He actually had hands.
He did. He did almost
I
fold.
couldn't breathe if he got that one through. I was...
Well, the 7 deuces and
Yeah, Jungleman tilting, watching the other Dan's success.
I would have shot myself if he got that one through.
He would have shot himself if he got that through, he says. Okay.
He's got that dog in him.
He's got his king, guys. He's got his king.
Yeah, I put him on his king.
I put him on
That's how
his
you make the
king,
max.
too.
Huh?
That's how you make the max.
Pre-flop. It was a turn. It was a turn, I thought.
Hearts.
He didn't have it.
That was.
What a sick, what a sick game.
Sammy, is there still a bigger stack?
bigger stack. Jungleman.
Free forever.
If he had his king there, he deserved it. If he had the king or the 9 would have been a really good raise. 9 would have been above the rim. Like aces or something.
You could try that.
What? What?
You can add 11.
I was not expecting that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was sad.
Yeah.
That was
on it.
pathetic.
Sorry.
What the fuck was going on there?
Jungle, did you really get that triggered by my little yapping comments?
Jungle.
I got a little triggered, yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm a fan. I did not mean to offend.
No,
I
don't
take it back.
apologize.
I can see I've pressed the.
It's
pressed
good
your
for
button.
No, don't apologize. I'm getting triggered by you apologizing. Take your apology back. Apologize for apologizing.
Hey, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Come on, Sammy.
You know what? Don't apologize about your apologizing. No, be a man. Be the king of Argentina.
Right, that's enough.
Shaq. Be the king of Argentina and don't fold your small blind when there's 1,400 bonus.
500.
500.
Good fold. Good fold.
All right, I'm going to the toilet. I can't take it.
Let's go.
Dylan and Lex O. So two of the quieter members of our bounty game find themselves against each other. And this pot's going to play quite differently than a lot of the other ones we've seen. Lex O just bets and takes it down.
Wow.
Boring.
I got a shot. Got a shot.
Rampage struggling to solve the puzzle that is this bounty game.
That would have been so sick.
So for those of you just joining us, at the start of tonight's game, each player put $6,000 into a bounty pool. So there's $48,000 in the bounty pool because we're playing 8-handed. That money is stacked at seat 5, and you can see the bounties listed there. The main ones that they're going for, if you win 2 hands in a row, you win 1,000 from that pool. 2 hands in a row.
That was a pretty slow roll.
Oh, sorry, 3 hands in a row, 2,500.
I think he knew that you had 2 buttons.
4 hands in a row, 6,000. If you win 5, you win it all. And then there's bonuses for winning with 7 deuce, 6-9, or jack high on the river, which oddly enough has not been achieved by anyone today.
Probably gonna go all in still, right?
I mean, there's.
I have a decent hand, so an extra 1,000.
You get a slow roll with ace jack.
I have 8 high.
So this is so Lex counting that extra 1,000. It's significant here. It is, because it means that for Lex winning 2 hands in a row here, he wins the extra 1,000. It changes the odds. Instead of being closer to a 1-to-1, it's
All right, I fold.
1.5. I mean,
you were ahead.
If you went in against him and you had 8
close,
high,
and especially
if you
because
went in against
there's
him,
the
you
implied
would've
odds
won
of
the
winning
jack or
the
low,
continuing bounty streaks.
you
No, I have to
anything.
win on the river. Can you do the flop real quick?
Yeah.
Just real quick.
Good fold.
7, 7, 8.
Everybody 100, please.
I'm going to take 100 from Dan.
Perfect, thank you. And 100 in there, perfect.
I took 100 for the...
So if you're wondering what they're doing now, Rampage was in the small blind there, and they're playing the small blind kitty game, which means if you win in the small blind, you win the kitty. What's the kitty? Well, every time the button passes you, the players add $100 on top of the button. You'll see a stack of chips on the button.
Kind of showed up and then it started.
You can only win it in the small blind.
Home games mostly.
Here?
No, in Toronto. Yeah.
So watch out when players are in the small blind and you suddenly see them going all in. That's why. Sometimes the kitty can be up to 1,000.
One game I played.
We've had a couple that were a little over 1,000, 1,200, 1,300.
I am not Action Dan in that game.
Interesting. Is there another action?
You're not Action Dan tonight? No, you have ascended. You have ascended to a greater level of action.
What was his name, the guy you brought one time, Dan?
Super Action Dan.
Yeah, sorry, he was like
Andrew or Terry?
Terry.
Yeah, they both play.
Yeah, I figured. Terry, really nice guy.
Greatest guy.
Yeah, they seem like good people.
Correct. That was 7.
That sucks.
What's going on, chat pros? I'm here on the sidelines with the one and only Dan Jungleman K6. Dan, tell us how the game's going. Tell me about the action. What's going on?
This should be good.
There's lots of stuff going on. It's not going so great for myself because I decided it was time to run a crazy bluff against what looked like, in my experience in this specific situation in the 4-bet pot, people really have a strong hand by the river. It's very like situation specific situation on a king high board in a 4-bet pot, but it's like maybe okay bluff kind of thing. And then you had the nuts anyway, so there's that.
Yeah, there's definitely that.
Yeah, there's lots of raising and re-raising. It's definitely the kind of game you want to have something in. And at least be really shrewd with the kind of bluffs that you're running. And you want to be smart about winning the bounties if you can win it or not, or try not to punt too much doing it, or punt too much running a bluff with 2-7 or 6-9 or whatever it is. And then, yeah, just make good pre-flop decisions. This is pretty important, and not get too wild. And at least if you're going to give action, not go too crazy. But there's loads of action going on. It's not really a 25-50 game. It's more like a 100-200 game, or at least maybe.
Is the size of the game really surprising to you? Because I think when you walked in, I don't know if you expected this action. Have you been surprised by the size?
Yeah, I didn't think it was this big. I think it's probably playing bigger than it's supposed to play, to be honest. Usually what happens is, compared to the math and all that, I mean, I say lots of stupid stuff or whatever, but I also know, like quite a bit of theory, not like a super huge amount. I'm not like a theory nerd, but usually people are a lot more aggressive than they actually should be in terms of sheer aggression and like pre-flop looseness. And it's a little bit tricky to like balance when you throw in some corkscrews into the game. But it definitely makes for a good game, and usually people are like wildly off of what's supposed to happen, including myself. So getting in there with some 3-4 suited and some A6 offsuit, probably not in the Sims, but why not? You got to do some gambling.
Well, we're so grateful you're here. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get back to the action.
Oh, wait. And my biggest mistake really was not showing up in a cowboy outfit or something. For that mistake, I do apologize. I messed up. That's why, if I did that, I would have won.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you so much, Dan. Go get him, Tiger.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And in my opinion, his biggest mistake was probably bluffing 50K with the nut low against top 2 pair. But, to each their own. To him, the biggest mistake was not wearing a cowboy hat. We have different priorities in life. You look away for a couple of minutes, look back. It's Action Dan winning a pot by getting his opponent to fold. What else is new?
Fortune favors the bold.
My God. For the small one.
Dan's.
What a virtuoso performance tonight by Action Dan.
Yeah. Usually when I'm playing, just leave it on for the next. You know what I mean? Like
instead of giving him the whole
Dylan
thing,
were to win it,
keep
just leave 2 on for him, and then
Yeah, I was going to do that, but there was 1100 on it. So one big shit.
I'm sorry, about this, Sam.
Take your raid 100.
We're approaching the 7th inning of this game. An hour and 45 minutes to go, and you can feel the big pot energy in this game. The inevitable showdown between the two Dans, Jungleman and Action Dan. Just feels inevitable. You ever have that guy at a table? You're playing a lot of hands. You both know each other. You're always making eye contact. He has a lot of chips. You have a lot of chips. And you just kind of know at the end of the night, those chips are probably going in the middle, and one of them is going to get felted. You or the other guy. Who's it going to be? You can see Jungleman's strategy in action as the way to beat Action Dan is to just control your range a little bit. He's pipping his range up a little higher now, Jungleman is, because when he gets involved with Action Dan, he just wants to have the chance of having him beat. But hold on, we have a punt in progress from Rampage, a $1,600 punt. And Lex with a pure bluff catcher, queen, no kicker to speak of. And Lex has just been zigging when he needs to zag and zagging when he needs to zig tonight. Nothing is going right. This would be a great confidence booster making this call, but he lets it go. Rampage gets it done.
Okay.
Look at some of the bounties. Win with 6-9, 7 deuce, jack high on the river. Oh, and that's what it was. Well, I forgot. Thank you, camera guy.
That maybe might be a,
That's the first one of those that paid today.
What'd you have, Rampage?
That's the first one. That's why they showed it. I thought those were going to be hitting left and right. Rampage with the first jack high or less on the river bounty.
No, you didn't have to.
That one's going to need some adjusting for the next version of the game.
Oh my God, you did?
That one is just not paying out like we thought it would.
No way! Oh my God.
I hate money.
So an extra 1,000 for Rampage, and now he's on a streak of 1, and he has 9-6.
Another 1,000.
14. I'm on a short start. Point 14.
It's like 20% of your stake.
I know.
Wow.
I like never show bluff, so it's like just smart. Fuck me.
The one time you just spite show it for me, and then you.
All in. All in. It's like
Rampage putting it all on the line right now. Can't get anything going, and there's a bunch of hands that can call him here. Rampage is going to need to get lucky with the 9-6 offsuit. Nice. First of all, nice. Second of all, you're totally boned, Rampage. This is not good. Get help.
Could have been 677.
So Ted trying to get Rampage in a heads-up fight, and this might actually take Dylan out of the hand, which would just be huge for Rampage. His odds will shoot up now. He's a 36%.
Yeah.
Would have been closer to a 10% if it was three ways.
I have aces. It's fun. It's unlucky.
He's a 9 or a 6, real bad. There it is, a 9. Can Rampage hold?
Yeah.
Queen of spades in play. A spade, an ace, a queen for Ted. And look at that. The 10s would have held for Dylan.
Yeah.
Miracle worker. Couldn't pull the trigger. And one of many players in tonight's game that is just struggling to get a foothold.
Into a mistake.
That's your 67.
You can mind game yourself and level your head out of these pots.
That's what I'm talking about. If you're not showing, now I missed out on 2K.
Oh my god, yeah, I missed out.
Thanks.
And that is a double bounty for Rampage, who suddenly has 15,000 in front of him. Let's get some momentum.
Yeah.
I had 10. Did you not know that was a bounty, or you just?
I just forgot.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I've been thinking of that.
I don't ever like.
It's a really hard one to win too.
I can't wait to see the vlog that Rampage comes out with. How is he going to describe that hand?
I mean, you have to
So,
at that point. You know?
I got dealt 9-6, and I decided to just say, fuck it.
That could be like a 4K.
And it worked out.
Yeah, should be 3,000 maybe.
They would incentivize.
Right?
It was smart. No, it was a great bet. I
It's kind of hard to get to the
call with
river.
10. Because a lot of times, like,
you kind of have to just.
you're bluffing for so much more than $1,000 on the river.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Should be 3,000 at least.
So it looked like the bounty pool had been adjusted. That's what I was noticing there. Perhaps they had deducted too much from it before. It says 22,500. So we may have some extra left over after all. Patrick with the 7 deuce, playing for that 1,000. Lex O just gonna call with the Gretzky. I think you got to raise here. We see Sandor talking with Jungleman. Shout out to Sandor, who just did a fantastic job, by the way. Such a positive person. If you ever see him at the casino, say hi. One of those genuine smiles. You know what the problem with Sandor is? He's too nice for poker. Poker will eat you alive. You're too good for us. What is going on here? Action Dan with 2 pair is in the lead. Patrick, 0%. He has a 7 deuce. This is one of the most coordinated boards you could possibly have in Texas Hold'em. Feels like everything gets there. Infinite draws. I don't even want to count them. But it's Patrick with a big bagel next to his name who's going to be the one to bet. He figures this board is scary as heck, and I'm just going to win it right now. And that's what these bounties will do to these guys. It F's with your mind. Action Dan going to make the call, but he's not loving it. He's really not. Rampage with a flush draw. It's a quarter of his chips. It's for more than a quarter of his chips. He just got these chips. And he's going to make the call. Oh, jeez. And Rampage's SPR, stack to pot ratio, is just going to make this river ugly no matter what. He has no fold equity if he misses. Not that he would ever bluff at this. He's going to need a spade and a spade only.
YouTube comments on my channel.
Patrick now with some outs for a straight. He could hit it. There's a 10, and that gives Action Dan a full house.
Just a lot of dumb people.
So nothing can happen to make Action Dan lose this hand.
Yeah, I feel like most normal people.
I think you bet really small here. I think you bet like 3,000 and hope one of them just blasts off.
The loud minority, like the people who are the loudest are usually have the
Action Dan
and the majority
thinks otherwise. Goes for a huge bet, 19,000. That's just going to get 2 quick folds.
Unless you have jack
can
high
show.
or less, then you can.
If you have
You wanna
7
get it
high,
that- if you have, well, you can't. Jack high's
Action
no good.
Dan doesn't like to give others rope.
Well, I meant like jack high or less.
He likes to lasso him in himself.
What can I have?
I don't know. Queen 9?
Hell of an imagination, that's for sure.
I'm the punter now.
That was a mistake on my part.
Here you go. Thanks, baby.
Here's a dealer change. Sammy out, Magic in. Can't get enough of this crew. Want them to play a more standard version of poker that more resembles what you grind on in micro stakes? Watch tomorrow. They'll be playing 50, 100, no limit hold'em, no bounties, no strange rules, just pure poker. The missionary of poker. Regular old Texas hold'em, no limit. This is like some weird Indian tantric shit. No missionary here. All sorts of weird shit going on at this table.
Collection.
Action Dan makes the call. So he has some bad intentions for this hand because he's certainly not just calling to hit a 9 or an 8. Mariano with no idea where he is in this hand. I mean, he knows where he is. He's that hustler. He's playing cards. There's a 10. So I think Action Dan, you can't just call to hit a 9 or an 8. It's time to bluff. It's time to bet big. 15,000. What do we like here? Oh, I like this even better. For Action Dan, betting 7,000 into 8,300 is like another player betting half pot. This feels like he wants a call, as opposed to his 3-4x pot bets that he does. This is a small bet as Action Dan is concerned. I think Mariano is putting it together. This would be a really sick call. And it would be a point in the leveling war for Mr. Mariano. This is a snap fold in any other game, but in this game, when there's the bounty for winning with jack high or less, which is what Dan is after here, certainly. An extra 1,000 in the pot for Dan. Mariano, can he pick it off? And he's thinking, what hand was this guy continuing with? There's no flush draw ever on this board.
As silly and as touristy as possible.
There's really, I mean, there's no draws really at all.
It's working.
So you have to put him on exactly what it is, which is he floated you on the flop
Key to that.
and gets here with just a pure bluff. 9 high, no draw, nothing. Nada, zilch. Can Mariano dig deep and make this call? This would be such a confidence booster to Mariano. This is the kind of call that can turn your whole session around. Or keep momentum going to your opponent.
And he won with fucking 9 high, too.
There it is. Almost did. He just couldn't pull the trigger.
Unstoppable.
I wish I could read Mariano's mind right now. What is he thinking? A lot of 4-letter words.
Nice play.
Spewed over at that man. Nice play.
50K.
What are you really thinking, bro? Come on. Let him have it. Donkey.
What do you want to do? Eat? Party? Girls? Guys?
Thank you, bro.
Downtown Brickell. Brickell is like downtown Miami. Very nice.
Look at this. Rampage adds 50,000. So Rampage deciding that we need an adjustment in the strategy. He goes from min buying 5K, 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 5K. He says, you know what? That's a slow death. I'm going to change it up. I'm going to buy in for 50K right now. Action Dan with the Snowmen is making a stand. All right, Rampage, you're going to call with the King 3. He just added these chips. Don't do this, Rampage. Come on. You're scaring me, dude. Okay. Okay. These guys just can't call, and Action Dan knows it.
How much is that? 2,500? Yeah.
Action Dan with 3 in a row.
Need them back.
Let's see the 2,500 come out of there.
Time, guys.
There it is. Just 18,000 left in that bounty pool. We have 90 minutes to go.
Ran over.
This game is absolutely bonkers. One of the most insane shows we've ever had.
South Beach is okay.
Unreal.
Like going out to South
Action
Beach,
Dan.
I don't think it's worth it.
If he wasn't a star already,
If you go a
he
little
has
bit more north.
vaulted into another stratosphere tonight. We have to put together a best of for Action Dan in the bounty game. Problem is the video would be like 2.5 hours long. With every hand.
Check.
80% VPIP.
You can do it.
At one point, he was up to about 100,000. Now he's back down to, oh, he's back to 100,000. So he added on a little bit. Patrick, 96% to win. He has the best club and 2 pair. Action Dan makes the call with 6 deuce, because why not? Those are 2 cards.
Definitely straight.
Action Dan.
Not much.
Let's it go.
Good job,
have a button
Patrick.
yet. Thanks, bro.
Oh, and you
Where
want
did I
the
get this?
small blind too.
Oh, queen. Thank
Magic,
you.
why are you reminding him?
Thank you.
Nick Bertucci in chat.
He's not allowed to
Spitting
remind
facts.
us?
Says
Oh, no,
Luda
like-
was too scared.
It's fun. It's like the fun of the game. It's like stand up, you know, if you forget.
Oh, I thought we've been reminding everybody about everything.
Not really.
No? Okay. If we, I got you. I'll make sure.
We tried to get Luda in this game.
I'm happy with you winning it, obviously. I just like, I don't understand why.
No, I get it. I get it. I just didn't realize it.
100.
He said he had a family obligation. Like, okay, bro, a family obligation? What does that even mean?
Like, that's fun of the game, you know?
I got you.
So from
I did
now
ask.
on,
VPIPs
no
now.
reminders.
I did
Action
say, do I have
Dan,
a show?
staying above 80%.
Yeah.
What a legend.
Yeah, I did say, do I got a show?
Yeah.
The bounty pool,
Then I will shut the fuck up.
0% VPIP. Come on, bounty pool.
200.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
Luda tells us he has a family obligation, can't play. He'd love to play in the next one. I said, Luda, that is what you said. That is literally what you said last time. The first bounty game, he had some other family obligation. He'll play next time. He's dodging the big fight. It's no secret.
Check is good. $1,700.
Incognito Rampage.
Damn it, I wish I'd called.
Action Dan.
Three-way.
Doesn't let a 0% next to his name prevent him from being crazy action. Although he should this time. Because Lex O, with the relative nuts, the way this has played out. 7-9, the only hand that beats him. Action Dan is not going to take his foot off the gas. 6,000. And Lex O really only has one move coming up. He's got to be all in. The question is, can Dylan save himself 6,000? Because he's right, he has Action Dan beat. And see, that's the problem when you play with Action Dan, because it goes out this call, because Dylan's right. I have Action Dan beat. But then he has to realize he has the other guy in the hand, Lex O. This is all Hollywooding. We know those chips are going in the middle, and there they go.
All in. All in.
All in.
Can I get a count real quick?
It's an annoying spot for Dylan because he's getting a really good price. He has to be right here about 1 in 6 times. 1 in 6 times he's right here. This is like a break-even call. Is he right here 1 in 6 times? I don't know. Against Lex O. Honestly, what are the bluffs that Lex O has here, chat? Are there any?
12,000.
Is he ever bluffing here?
25.
Or is he ever doing this with King Jack? No, he's never doing this with the worst Jack, okay? So get that out of your mind. It's only better or just air.
I mean, are you ever bluffing in this spot?
No.
What is going on?
Dylan, very intelligent player, can think these spots through, but can he make the right decision? The answer is no. I honestly, I can't think of a hand he would be bluffing with here. There is nothing.
12,325.
Oh, and look at that, and adjust, okay, this changes things actually a lot. So we had a graphics error, they got a count on it, and now it's a lot more, it's 12,000. Okay, that's a much easier decision for Dylan.
Thank you.
But
I had the best hand.
You did not.
I had a jack.
You did not have the best hand.
Great
you made a
kicker,
good
too.
fold. And sometimes
One-liner to the straight.
losing less is a win.
I had a good read on you, yeah.
He did. He had a great read on Dan. The problem was the other guy.
I think he's bluffing for an extra 10.
He's
Probably 7, 8, something like that would have worked.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like any two-pair combo there. And
I don't even think 2 pairs doing that there. Not with the one-liner to a straight.
What'd you have, Dylan? 2 pair or something?
Ace jack.
Ace jack? Probably a good fold, dude.
Thank
Maybe you have pocket 7s or something.
Yep, you think so?
Yeah. Or maybe you got wrecked by Action Dan, you know?
Yeah,
Living up to his
chances.
name.
Chances are high of that.
It's one or the other.
How much is it?
Nice hand.
We're Jungleman.
Thanks for telling me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, where is Jungle? He shows up late and then he disappears. I've got to go in 10 minutes.
Jungle dodging Dan.
Oh, your flight?
Check. Check.
And suddenly this game has got
Where are you flying to?
a new sense of urgency
Non-stop?
in it, with Rampage being deep.
What airline? United? Delta.
Look at this hand here. Mariano, Rampage, Action Dan.
What time's your flight? 10 o'clock?
Oh, 9:45.
Rampage with the nuts.
What time is it now?
Did he make this look like a bluff?
7:55. Yeah, but you're cutting it close. Huh? You're cutting it kind of close. It's like 30 minutes away.
But it has to get called. He doesn't want to bet too much. He wants to make it look bluffy, and he does. He has 45.
4,500.
Action Dan with a quick call. That's going to let Mariano get away. Rampage
Great.
gets it done.
Playing
Today's Thursday? Yeah. Last time, I'm not trying to worry you, but the last time I went to the airport at this time, the arrival line was so backed up, it took 30 minutes to go like a couple miles.
Take a look at the Crystal Room here at Hustler Casino.
Go around the airport to get to the airline?
No, like
The best action in Los Angeles. The lowest rate here at Hustler Casino.
And arrivals go like this.
Yes.
And the departure lane was so backed up, it was causing the arrival lane to block.
It could take an hour.
It took me an hour from here.
Yeah.
On a Friday night.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll go now then.
An hour to get to the airport? I don't believe that. To get to LAX?
But it said 30 minutes, and then it took me a whole fucking hour.
Yeah, I guess it's that last mile or two that are really bad sometimes.
Now I can't.
In the middle of the night, it's about 15 minutes to LAX, max. Action Dan. Gonna make his stand.
Who was like driving
The J6.
like a hybrid.
Yeah.
And he asked me, he's like, "Are you in a hurry?" And I'm like, "No." And he kept it at like 38 miles an hour to keep his car on electric. You know?
Oh my god.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go faster, it's gonna start using gas.
Really?
So he was going like 38 on whatever highways over here.
That's crazy.
Just chilling.
Wait.
To save money, yeah.
That's insane. That's like unsafe.
That's unsafe. Yeah,
he was in the
I would
car.
tell my Uber to hurry the F
I
up.
could see it was like hybrid gas, and it was on hybrid the whole time.
What car was it?
Like a Toyota something.
Patrick with another check. He needs to get some money in this pot. Just praying somebody has a 4 or anything.
5, 5, 10.
Honestly, a check here from Patrick might actually be really sick. No. Both the other players are just playing the board.
Thank you.
Big pot energy. We're approaching the last hour of this game. Absolutely insane. Some of the most insane, crazy, out-of-line poker we've ever seen. And look at this. Jungleman just couldn't hang. He just couldn't deal with it. He's talking GTO at the table. Remember that interview with Sandor, when you look back on it, it seems rather unhinged. He's basically saying he can't figure out the game. He's over there eating and ordering more food.
Maybe it's not as busy.
Or is he getting a massage girl? I don't know. We'll see if he returns. And look at this.
No check of bag, okay.
We might see some violence. Action Dan has aces. You never put this guy on aces. Ever.
Oh yeah, I got A button.
So can he get paid? Can his image get him the max?
Oh, fuck, sorry.
Explode. 10, 6.
Nice fold Rampage.
There's my house.
Lex O, though.
Is that the flop match?
Trying to play at Dan's image. I think Dan should just call here.
Make it that much more.
Never mind.
11, 2.
Can you flip those cards over? You gonna leave them out there?
Those are not great cards for Lex to see, even though they're accidentally flipped over. Those are straightening cards. There could be more outs. And this feels gross because he's seen Dan bluffing the whole night, and he's choosing to make a stand at just the wrong time. Lex O might be about to get stacked by Action Dan. This was a 5-bet pot, and he flops a set. What a spot for Lex O. Both players think they have the best hand. Lex O knows he has the best hand.
65 on go.
Just a call here, it looks like, from Lex. And if I'm Dan, I'm thinking I have the best hand here all day. That jack is definitely not the card he wanted to see, even though he does have outs to a 10 or an ace. It's gonna feel like there's a lot of hands that beat him now.
All in.
All in.
This sucks.
All in and a call.
Just aces.
One time.
Action Dan. You've given us everything.
All right, one time.
Can the deck hit Action Dan? Ace or 10? I've never seen the chat want anyone to win more than this moment. 10 or ace? That is neither. And that locks it up.
How much does he have?
For Lex O.
Finally got him.
Now the turns have tabled.
20.
Lex O,
21.
who makes objectively a bad call pre. I mean, he calls with sevens for a quarter of his stack against pocket aces, just drills a 7 and gets max value. And Action Dan gets called by 7s in a 5-bet pot with aces and ends up getting stacked. Or rather, doubling Lex up.
I think we didn't have a 7 in that one. One of the 7. Wow. We had a 7 flipped over.
No, it was 10, 6, 9.
If we had a 7 though.
I would have folded the 3-bet, 4-bet. I think that was the biggest.
I'm pretty sure that that is the biggest pot of Lex O Poker's career. Ryan pointing out, he made a tweet a week or two ago, and I remember this tweet. He talked about a $60,000 pot that he lost and said it was the biggest pot of his life thus far, and that he looks forward to playing more bigger pots, and maybe he'll win one. Well, now, a week later,
too much money goes in one shitty pair.
Wins
you know?
an even bigger pot in the bounty game.
Oh, yeah.
Action Dan adds on back up to 80,000.
Doing that game right
Yeah, we gotta add on, right? Game going? Yeah.
Good for you, Lex.
Why is it off?
No, it's on. We just haven't put it on yet. Who won?
Why would
He's getting more talkative now at the table. It's Lex O.
It's possible. Yeah.
It's like
$76,000 pot.
50.
2,800.
There's your 2. Before 6, 59.
So remember, the game is match the stack. So that's why Dan is getting an exact count here. He wants to match the biggest stack at the table.
62. $63. 63 and a half. 64. 64,225.
64,225. Thank you. All right, 18. 28. 28. 28.
It's the race.
2,800.
Man, Action Dan is scary to play
It's a
against.
call, right? Or is that a raise?
I raised to 1,000.
Gotcha. That makes more sense. Okay. Sorry.
He finds the fold button for once. Mariano's going to get it done with the 9s.
Jungleman doing over there?
Thank you, Ted. Thank you.
He's getting a massage. He's getting a massage off the
guys.
It looks like Ted's going to be leaving. Farewell, Ted. A great performance by Ted. He ran into it. The deck was not working for him all night. He had a couple of big hands, but he just couldn't keep the momentum going.
Nice meeting you.
Having Action Dan 2 seats to your left certainly doesn't help.
$1,600.
We got a mirror matchup here. Ace, queen, ace, queen. As you can see, ace four, a much better hand than ace queen. It's favored here.
6,200.
And queen 10, even better than ace queen. And why don't those numbers add up to 100%, you ask? That's because the equity of ace queens splitting the pot does not count as winning. And that's why the percentages are low, and that's why sometimes you get these weird readings. Mariano, 5-betting. It's a min-click 5-bet. Can Rampage dig deep and find this? He has the best hand. Don't let those percentages fool you. He has the best hand by a long shot here, but it's hard to know that. Pull the trigger, Rampage. Make a night of it. There is so much dead money in the middle of this pot, about 20,000 in there.
About a year and a half. Yeah, a year and a half.
Keep at it, man. You're improving a lot.
I appreciate that. That really means a lot.
Rampage.
A lot of you, brother.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
All the experiences
I
of
watched so
poker,
much,
all coming to a head here, and he just lets it go. So does Patrick. But Dan will not go down that easily. I mean, it's only 6,800 more for Dan.
I gotta eat.
But this feels nutted. Feels like Mariano is nutting here. Okay, sorry, that came out way wrong. Erase that from your memory. Mariano. No nuts. Mariano with the best hand. I feel like he has to do something here. It's actually, Dan, you just never know where you are. Do you need to bluff? Do you need to nut? Nut up, Mariano. And even when Action Dan checks, it still makes his opponents feel like they're walking on a tightrope. Now, against most any player, this hand is just over. But against Action Dan, he's going to make a call. It felt like a fold or shove spot, and he makes a call. Is he planning to shove any river?
Check.
Well, I mean, it's just a check. I mean, like, what is this hand? Mariano
All in.
is going to bluff with the best hand.
Well,
Action Dan could have done it himself.
Could be the
No.
quickest all time.
Stop. Don't.
Ace.
Oh my
Ace
gosh.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Oh my gosh.
Good read, wrong.
Call of the night. I don't care that he was wrong. What a legend. Begin construction on the statue of Action Dan outside of Hustler Casino today.
Too much.
It starts today. Legend status achieved.
24,100. I think he has me covered.
He tried to embarrass Mariano. He wanted to embarrass Mariano with one of the sickest calls in the history of poker.
Probably could have just.
The only sicker call I could think of would be Jack High. So I guess this would have been second place if he were right. So that one hand.
I am not folding ace queen on.
That's such an easy fold. Come on.
When he calls,
That does suck, that both times
Mariano's
you
just
got
thinking,
me
oh,
beat
shit.
What is happening?
What?
Nice hand.
Playing three-handed.
What the fuck?
Four-handed. It's a crazy game.
A bloodbath of a bounty game. Mariano up 81,000. Action Dan down 81,000. But the champion in our hearts, Jungleman, couldn't hang.
Well, hurry up. Let's kill some hands so we can...
Over on the side, eating food. I think he's ordering like his fourth item from the waitress over there. Because he is just totally lost in this game.
Oh yeah, dealer cards.
Lex O up 40,000. Mariano somehow wins with max value ace 4 there.
Taking 100 off his stack every time. Jesus Christ.
It's too rich.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
6 mil.
Up is down, down is up. Right is wrong. Wrong is right. V-pips, Action Dan. 84%. Take that to the bank.
On the 4 of us.
It's kind of a weird thing to say.
Wait, he didn't hear my nut comment, did he?
How much? That's right.
Raise.
Oh, man. I feel like he did. Mariano with an overpair to the board. Dylan with a set. Rampage now with the nut flush draw. Don't need to bet it, Rampage. Don't do it. Don't do it. Can Rampage resist pulling the trigger? And this is exactly what Rampage has been waiting for. A hand without Action Dan. Finally, I can be the one pushing the pace, he's saying. Problem is, Dylan has a set. He's stuck. He wants to get unstuck. Well, he is going to be hard to get off this hand, especially if Rampage misses. Mariano, unfortunately, has a club here. It's hard to think of two hands. You have to think of two hands here that you're beating always. Club would be a disaster. A little card would be a disaster. A little red card might make him think the 10s are good.
What'd you say, Amanda?
That's fine. Too much.
Oh, my bad.
Dylan, playing it conservatively here, could end up costing him big time if this river's a club. No way it's a club. Find me into club. No. And now it looks like Dylan's thinking about donking here, so he's just going to lead into these guys. That's what I mean by donk betting. When you take the betting lead away and just lead into the razor. And that's what he's doing here. And it might let Mariano get away.
I hope you guys didn't hear my
I mean,
strategy.
Rampage is out. Rampage doesn't give a shit about this hand anymore.
Honestly, I didn't even think you were coming back.
I was too scared. I was pretty scared, but
Jungleman's back. Were you scared?
Show up late, take an hour break.
Wasn't an hour break.
It was
really
maybe over an hour.
Did like some basic stuff. Where's Action Dan? Want some peace in the jungle? Why you rip that jungle action? It's like, no, jungle's not in.
Are you 100% sober right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm high on vitamin C. I give out vitamin D and vitamin C.
Yeah.
Give out a lot of D. Mostly to the ladies.
Mariano really tanking here. He's worried about Rampage behind. We know Rampage is just folding.
You're generous with my vitamin
I
D.
hope. Right?
Yeah.
When Dylan wakes up with a hand like this on a river, it's just always
I have my
nutted.
decision made anyways. Fuck is wrong?
It's just not a bluff very often. That's frustrating for Dylan. I mean, he makes money, but...
You should definitely go to the bluff.
And I guess he's right that if he had checked, it's probably going check, check all day. He could have bet less. He could have bet 5,000. He probably got a call.
Yo,
Action Dan, where you at? You in the small blind too?
Dan wasn't in the hand. I think I
He was
won
big
that.
blind. I don't know. Dan was small blind. I don't know how that works if it's one blind. You kind of act as a small blind though.
I would really like to take a nap.
Where the hell are our people? Getting money?
All right, I'm gonna bluff. Oh shit, you're right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Matt R says, is it really going check, check with Mariano and Rampage? I think so, with the hands they had, the way that played.
Because I was fully aware and present.
I know, you tried to go in like
Even
this.
an overpair on that board, you don't feel that comfortable. Who knows, though?
I don't know if you guys know, but we're actually incentivized to play a lot of hands because currently we're way more plus CV than the other guys at the table. Do you see why?
Yes. We tried to get as many hands as possible while you weren't gone.
Oh, are you fucking serious? I didn't even think of that. Fuck, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, dude, what are you talking about? You missed like an hour of play.
Thank you.
You were 90 minutes late, then you left for an hour. You're talking about how it's plus EV now. What about the half the stream you missed?
I know.
He's coming to terms with that. Yeah, I really effed this up.
It's up to me. Right.
You left a lot of EV on the table, bro. I love how you can see Jungle thinking of things in real time. He's so intelligent and doesn't hide his emotions. It's just such an incredible combination.
No.
Wow, that's my first bounty of the night. Holy shit.
All right, Sammy's back. Good luck. Thank you, everyone.
I have to put 200 on?
Oh shit, I didn't realize you were from a small blind. I was so dumb. Fuck.
Hundo.
That makes me mad. It's kind of cheap anyway, at least, I guess. No, I probably should fold, to be honest.
Oh, you won the button yet?
Here's 33 says, it's Jungleman. He's a legend. He can do that. Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Yeah, those two stocks. But why did you get 200 from Mariano?
No, it was me.
Speaking of legends.
Bad limp by me.
The $1 million game.
I'd have said.
Coming at the end of this month.
Yeah,
round 2.
Played it weird.
Keating, Tony G, Rampage, Jungleman, Tom Dwan, Doug Polk. Those are some of the names I can say publicly now. You would not believe the names that Nick Vertucci and Ryan Feldman have on
The
deck.
extra that was left over from.
Oh, I had change from
You
the
have change.
It is going to blow last year's game out of the water.
Whatever this is.
Expect a lot of big announcements in the next couple of weeks. Everything we have is going into this game. It's like our Super Bowl. This is going to become the HCL Super Bowl each year, the $1 million game in May. We're going to go big. Hopefully Rampage can win some money tonight so he'll have the $1 million. Look who's back. Senor Action.
The limp fold. That's the skill right there. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
It's a stupid limp, probably.
The difference maker, huh?
Yeah, the difference maker.
400.
Action Dan gonna bet with his 2%er. He's right back in the swing of things like he never missed a beat. Samir N says donation Dan is back. That's a burn, and you got to give credit to that. Donation Dan.
Oh, he had the bounty.
That one
Lex O wins a bounty.
Wow.
2 in a row for Lex O.
You have a collection.
I lost collection.
100 Mariano K6. That one was deserved. You earned that one.
You might just reclaim your name back with plays like that.
Thank you.
Wait, 100 where? Oh.
That was pure bravery is what that one was.
Yeah. I
Let's
think it
see
was some luck too.
the battle of the Dans
definitely a
come
bit
to a
of
head.
luck,
Remember,
but I don't know
Action
what these
Dan
guys had.
got the best of Jungleman in a way that I think sent Jungleman into a dark place. And as a true professional, he said, you know what, I need to get up from the table and just take a break for an hour.
Yeah.
Pitcher
And let that be a lesson. Because sometimes the most plus EV play you can make at a poker table is just walk away for a little bit. Take a break. Eat some food. Smoke a little weed.
You can do it.
Have a cigarette. Drink a beer. Do your thing. Reset your mind. Because that's your muscle in this game. And if you ain't thinking clearly, you got to get your head right. Action Dan took a little break himself. He's now back.
800.
In the beginning of this game, he was just getting slapped by the deck. Not the case so far in the couple of hands he's been back. But look at this action that his hands bring. I mean, he's getting called by Lex O with King 3. And King 3 can win here because Lex O would win 3 hands in a row. That's 2,500 from the bounty pool. But it's Action Dan who actually does drill the deck with a queen. And do you just make this look bluffy?
3,000.
3,000 is the bet. 3,000.
I can see Lex O hero calling here, actually.
Thank you, Pat.
It makes sense because there's 2,500 more in the pot, okay? First, let's count that. So the pot has 9,000 in it for Lex O. It's 3,000 to call. You need to think, am I right here 1 in 4 times? It's 6,600 in the pot, plus 2,500 for winning 3 hands in a row. So it's a 9,000 in there. It wouldn't have been the most unreasonable call against Action Dan in particular. But he already tried to get Action Dan. Remember with the 7s? And he binks a 7 against aces. So I think he's not going to push his luck.
Can't be all over it. I had no money in.
Or jack higher is less.
Don't think you're going to be
10,000 you call, Dan?
For a
Sorry?
10,000 you call?
It's going to be a tough one, buddy.
Snap?
I mean, I will.
Crackle, pop.
Jeremy White, member for 2 months, says, best comment ever, Raver. Sometimes you just got to get your head right. And see, that is spoken as a chat pro who has donked off money when super tilted. I know. I can see it. I can feel it, Jeremy.
Ace high? Yep.
You speak from experience.
Just good.
Look at this. Action Dan with the natural Robbie, I believe. Right? Jack of clubs, 4 of diamonds. Is that the natural Robbie? Definitely Jack of clubs.
2,000.
It might be. Jack of clubs, 4 of diamonds. I think that's the exact hand. Some chat pro will correct me if I'm
what
wrong.
happened? We missed you for a while.
I did a bunch of things.
Yeah?
I did the whole thing.
Okay, good.
I don't know how anyone got any full.
Lex O. He's going to try to replicate his success with the 7s, this time the 6s against Rampage. He's sharing with Mariano. Rampage, one of my favorite hands. And look, both of them are letting Mariano sweat their hand. Not suggested, by the way. If someone has sweated your opponent's hand, don't show them yours.
45. 45.
Rampage. Because I want to play some big pot poker. And the problem with Lex O in this spot is he really doesn't like any turn cards, really, other than, say, a 7, 8, 3, 4. I guess there are some turn cards that are okay, actually. But there's a lot that aren't okay. And it's going to be tricky to play on later streets. We'll see if Rampage can improve with a heart or a straightening card. That is a pretty safe turn card for Lex O. Let's put that in the safe turn card department. So the 6s were already good. They're still good. Rampage might try to represent a 5. He would need to bet big to do it. 11, 12,000, something like that, 10,000. Or just give up and check. But if you check here, you lose the narrative. You no longer have a strong hand. It's just over. So he's going to go for it. It's going to be a big boy bet. 13,000. Pot size. And sure enough, Lex O does give it up. Rampage.
What do you think?
The only way he knows. Pedal to the metal.
What do you think?
Blast him.
I think that I probably would have called one more time with their hand, but that might be a bad call.
What do you have?
Pair.
Pair of what?
It was a very good turn card for him.
For who? What? Well, I put 100. Is that how it works?
Yeah, we've been doing that.
It's close though.
Almost had quads.
I'm
very curious.
Yeah.
Quads?
That would have been pretty sweet. Would have been a bit cooler.
Very curious.
What hand is on screen right now?
Action Dan. Gonna raise it up. That's a big raise, I think. 2,000. 10x. Sees a lot of dead money out there and says, F it, I'm going to the moon. It's your choice if you want to jump on the shuttle with me. And here is Jungleman, who has position on Action Dan and has a suited hand. Does he want to play? He does. So here we go. The battle of the dance. Top pair for Jungleman. He's going to make the call. I think Action Dan can slow it down here, especially with this draw. He doesn't need to bet at it. Jungleman is just so weighted towards a king or a 10, and he's not folding either one, I don't think. Not to you. Instead, Action Dan is going to bet.
Doom Zoom.
Let me see Jungleman not folding here. He's going to make the call. Where does Action Dan think he is right now in this hand? Oh, yeah. Binking an ace. That's what. The River Master is back. Action Dan. Ace should not impact this hand at all. The way this played, it's so unlikely an ace impacts this hand because neither player really should have ace-king that much. I guess they could. They could have played it like that very passively.
18,000.
Instead, he's just going to make it look like he's just totally getting out of line, and he's targeting exactly the kind of hand that Jungleman has.
Yeah, that's a weird river.
Just great poker from Action Dan because he knows Jungleman wants to hero him. Which is always a king here.
Playing strange category. I'm leaning towards not folding. Really good. No, not that. No, I don't think you can have that. I think you're way more polar than you might think. I don't think you have such hands. You might have two pair. I don't know. I don't really feel like folding it.
How tilted is Jungleman going to be after making this call? He already had to go sit for an hour. He's going to lose to his nemesis, the other Dan, once more.
Right, like, it seems like you have to have aces up or something. I don't know.
Just a random
like
ace. He was just a pure bluff until then.
I don't know. I hate folding.
There it is. And he's going to get the bad news.
Like, I just don't understand what the plan is. Is the plan to, like, hit a fucking gut shot and just get lucky as shit and bet full pot?
Yeah.
Like, it just makes me so mad.
That's the plan. What's wrong with the
like, I'm not
plan?
gonna fold ace jack or ace queen.
He is seething. If Jungleman were a cartoon character right now, there would be steam shooting out of his ears.
You bet 50 fucking K on the river? This tilts me so hard.
Thank you.
Adding fucking, this is such a joke, dude.
Raise.
Oh, raise.
I'm adding
Commerce style.
40K.
You can't straddle that commerce.
Fuck, complete show.
On the street.
It's crazy, right?
This game is the nuts. Big pot energy is out of control right now.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Never seen jungle this tilted ever in a game, and
fold, yeah.
it's in the silly bounty game. The game is supposed to be fun.
I guess this is a good bet.
It was a good bet. You called it. Action Dan.
Wish I just had like.
The crazy thing about Action Dan, it's like he gets called when he has it. He gets them to fold when he doesn't. And then he just blows his load on queen high.
Check. 300.
Minus that hand, Action Dan's doing great. Just, you know, not one.
Heads up.
What are you doing in Vegas tomorrow? What are you going to do in Vegas?
The Celebrity Poker Tour thing that's happening at Aria.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
Saturday actually, but I'm just gonna fly. I'm gonna fly out tomorrow night. Haven't been in a while.
You gonna play any WSOP events, Ethan?
I'll be around. I'm trying to play more golf than poker, but it always ends up flip-flopping.
You bet on golf?
Like friendly, like I'll play $100 a hole with some friends. Yeah. But I haven't played in a while, so I gotta get unrusted.
How good are you? What's your handicap?
I'm like a 17, 18 handicap.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
I don't slow down.
Way better than the average person.
Why? What's the average person?
Oh, I think like only 15% of golfers golf under 100.
See, the thing is, with my handicap, though, I like average 96, 95 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, 36. That's like in the top 10%. You're in the money, dude.
I'm cash all the time. How good are you? Golf is so tough.
Safe.
Bring your clubs. We can play in Vegas. You'll be there for a while, or?
No, I'm gonna go out there in June, the middle of June. I play the seniors event, a couple other events. I can't play the main event this year.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
So really, with 40 minutes to go in this stream, we need to think about how much is left in that bounty pool. I see some of you asking for overtime. Unfortunately, we decided before the game started we were not going to do overtime because, remember,
I've never even made it to
there's the 2 splash pots at the end of the show. And we needed it to end exactly then
going deep in the tournament.
so that the players could anticipate that based on the bounty
It's
pool.
fine. Playing the WSOP is like golf.
The possibility for overtime is maybe something we overlooked.
Notch above. It is.
So that, pin that for next time.
Were those blind? Those raises? Run raises. 700.
Let's just enjoy what we got left. About 45 minutes of some of the most insane poker action you'll ever see. This feels like anything. Look at Mariano's 5-betting with King 7. Just bringing out everyone's inner donk. Jungleman's on tilt. I love tilted Jungleman. Tilted Jungleman is the nuts. You don't get to see it too often. He's such a consummate professional. Here's Patrick.
Make a comeback, Dylan? I feel like you're doing good, right?
Yeah, I made a comeback. I'm up like 9 or 10.
Jack of clubs. Neither player loving that card.
You didn't lie. I haven't been for this. But we were both kind of struggling after.
Yeah, for a few hours there.
I think Mariano can just take this down now with a bet. Doesn't even have to be that big.
Like I said,
anything over half pot, I think, is just a snapful from Patrick. Goes a little less than half pot. Actually, a little more, 7,000.
For the last hour? Yeah, sure. I don't know. He always needs his hat.
Okay.
Don't feel like you have to give him your hat.
Hey, no, that's all right. Jungle can wear my hat.
Oh, Jungle now wearing Dylan's Miracle Worker hat. He needs a miracle. And anyone who's been a longtime fan of Jungleman knows when he plays his best poker is when he's having fun.
I think about it. I have to have.
And most people are playing their best poker when they're having fun, but certain players more than others, and Jungleman is certainly one of them.
Gotta play the game, bro.
Crazy. that's some pretty.
He needs to get to that state of mind where he's enjoying the game, laughing, having fun, making people feel awkward with random comments.
Play golf around here?
That's his zone.
I played a country club in Pasadena, Annandale.
What's it called?
Annandale.
Annandale.
Yeah, it's in Pasadena.
Probably Karan knows it. He lives in Pasadena.
That's why I asked. I don't think that's the one he's part of.
Yeah.
You don't golf then, Mariano?
Nah.
There's not much golf like
play real
around
sports mostly.
downtown or like each area. I live in like the worst part for golf.
Basketball too.
Yeah.
Cody Campbell said when he won that tournament dressed as Macho Man Randy Savage, it was epic. Exactly. And that's why he wears those costumes, because it helps him get to that zone where he's having fun. He's being a joker. He's laughing and having a good time and kind of being the center of attention. And he was never able to get there tonight. He just couldn't find that space. and wisely got up from the table. In my opinion, that was incredibly plus EV because he was losing it.
I can't. I hit it off the reds, and I only make it 100 yards. But then I'm pretty good at the other stuff.
Yeah, all right.
I'm just bad in general. I don't even keep track. I just go to get sun and be out out of the poker
have fun, get a couple of cool shots.
Yeah. I can imagine if you're really good, it's a lot of fun. Like if you can actually place the ball, like where you hit it and you know it's gonna land there, and like I just hit it and hope that it goes well.
Yeah, betting's too stupid. I probably should check turn.
Yep, we had to call the pot size bet with the jack high flush draw. I had to do that.
Oh, fuck
Probably
me.
bad.
Forgot about that shit. Here it comes, right at the end. This is where
Some
it
people
gets
call it flow state,
Yeah.
in the zone, whatever you want to call it. As a poker player, you have to find a way to get to your flow state, to get to your place where you're in the
He's
zone.
also in the small blind this hand too, just so everybody knows.
And so just to be clear, there is $6,500 left in the bounty pool. You can see that there at seat 5. And the reason there's going to be no overtime is because we have those 2 splash pots scheduled for the end of the stream, and we decided beforehand there would be no overtime.
This thing we've had is
Do we kind of regret that decision? Yes.
Come on, Sammy.
We had already decided. Some players had to leave right then. We told them that that would be the end of the show. We're going to end with the 2 splash pots. And now it's looking like the bounty pool might be evaporated by then. So we will see.
Defense.
Well, this is part of the feedback we would love for next time. We're going to run this game once a month. And we look forward to hearing all of your suggestions. We got a lot of great feedback last time and made improvements to this game. I look forward to it being even better next month.
Rampage. Rampage.
And everyone, pressure ludicrous for us, okay? Peer pressure works. That's a fact. It's one thing I've learned in life. Peer pressure is highly effective to get people to do things. So the more peer pressure we can apply to Ludacris, the more likely he'll be in the next one of these games. He belongs here. You're one of us, Luda. Quit dodging the big fight, the money fight. Family obligations. Give me a break. Doesn't even have a family, I bet. He's just an orphan, you know? I mean, come on. Get a life. How about this for Mariano? King 10, Broadway nuts. Once again, Mariano nutting all over this game. Lex O, gonna try to buy it. What do you do here as Mariano? What's the line to maximize profit here? There's so many hands that just aren't calling a raise. Even though it's so enticing to raise here, you're like, oh, I have the nuts, I should raise, I should get more money in. But you have to think about what your opponents likely have and how many of them are really calling raises. I don't know. It's a really scary board, is the thing. So I can see why you'd want to raise, but it might be a spot where you just grit your teeth and call, because then when you call, and let's say the river card is a red deuce, now you can overbet, and it looks like a bluff. Rampage, thinking about getting stupid here. Rampage, no. Do not do this, Rampage. Rampage, you are really worrying me now. Don't do it. Oh, no. Oh, the longer he waits here, the more likely he is to make a bad decision. Just get those cards in the muck. Every second that goes by, the likelihood of him punting, he's all in. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, my. Rampage. Drawing to a chop if he hits a king.
Cool. I have 3 outs.
3 outs
That is
to
unlucky.
chop.
Wait, hang on.
Rampage, after going deeper into this game, punts it off. The most Rampage way to end this stream, and he won't get there. Second run out, second chance. No redemption for Rampage.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
What a night.
The king of the bounty.
How does it happen?
And the small round. The bad news for the bounty man is that
That's
the
absurd.
king of the bounty.
I guess I lose from
21,300 magic.
Rampage putting on a show.
21-3.
He does it for
All I
you
have is
guys.
my name.
Don't get it twisted.
Thank you very much. 100, everybody, please.
Crazy card.
3 of you, 100, please, done. Thank you.
I was pretty happy about it.
Unlucky.
And I guess I take back everything I said about Mariano raising because, hey, it completely worked. Totally redeemed yourself.
Mariano win this hand.
Well, if he wins, he only wins 6K.
Doesn't matter. It's
300.
It's the principle, you know?
It's the principle.
Just making sure everybody knows.
Well, I'm willing to sacrifice the principle.
One of the wildest nights in HCL history tonight.
What a crazy fucking
Defending.
Completely unpredictable.
Oh,
And you know who's been quiet since he returned is Action Dan. And sadly, just based on my mental math of the hands that have happened since then, I think he might finish under 80% VPIP, you guys, which is a damn shame. We don't know for sure for about 30 more minutes, but he's missed so many hands.
All right, Pat's a man of principles.
It's true, bro.
It's going to be very close.
It is true. Principles versus the Argentinian Armada. Argentinian Armada.
Thank you.
And look at this. The insanity has even bled over to Patrick as he is now considering making a call with just ace high on the 2-pair board, and he does. Mariano had beat a 10. I mean, this game is just every pot.
This game was going to be the one where you win all the
Fucking sick of mine.
Alright, now we can play.
Is it gonna like wait?
And is that the end of the bounties?
Okay, are we done?
25-50 regular. Just the kitty game is left.
No, we can't do regular. Yeah.
All right, so let's play 7 deuce, stand up, 9-3 off.
That is the end of the bounty pool with 25 minutes to go. All $48,000 of the bounty pool is gone.
Progressive 7 deuce.
You guys can like straddle.
But now the players can straddle.
You're allowed to straddle, guys.
You're now allowed to straddle. You can do whatever you want. The bounties are done. So no big splash pots at the end of the show.
That was pretty stupid, huh? Pretty stupid pot.
Yeah. That is king. I should have raised you a 3 and just recognized you're trying to get your 4th thing.
Yeah. I might have called you anyway, Pat.
Instead I was going trappy.
He can still call you.
Huh?
He can still call you.
Yeah, I would have just called you anyway, Pat. Trying to get that shit, you know?
Oh, Nick Bertucci in chat saying, R.I.P. Mark, you're one of the good ones. That's the poker player who just passed away.
Game is going to stay on for the rest of the stream.
Mark.
What is that?
I heard players talking about him today.
Skittle, Kitty.
I know he was a legend. I didn't know him personally, but
Yeah, we call it Skittles back at home.
I hope his family is okay. It's someone who a lot of people in the LA poker community knew. I believe that's who he was talking about, right?
Give me that.
All right, 100 everybody? No, you're gonna have to do 200.
Huh?
You gotta leave 200.
As a commerce player, that's right.
That's right. They did not show.
Let's take a look at the insanity now. The bounty pool has been drained of that $48,000. Where did it get divided up? Action Dan down 53,000. Rampage down 80,000. Mariano having a night of all nights, up 187,000.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I don't.
Unbelievable.
I really don't.
If you add
Are you
up
okay in future, just starting now, not showing, and
the
still
rest
winning?
of the players there,
Yeah.
Because it actually, in theory,
well, I guess
slows
minus Action Dan, Jungleman, and Rampage, and Mariano.
Plus, it's embarrassing.
Just wrecking this game, and it's all on the back of that hand against Rampage that just happened. He goes from being a pretty big winner to winning close to $250,000.
That's what we're gonna do. Sammy, if you can just confirm that, like, you don't need to show for the small blind to win.
Everybody's okay with that, right?
Oh, he's 54 years old. That is young.
Forgot about that.
Poker players, be careful. It's a crazy world out there. So a lot of poker players die young, man. Live dangerous lifestyles. I'm not saying that anything had to do with Mark, but I mean, you know, it's just.
And we're not doing any more of these.
It's a stressful life.
Done 70s and all that stuff, son. Gotcha.
Poker. It's not for everyone. But these guys are here to play. Action Dan, back to his 4-betting ways.
Why not just have like the whole table pay something?
We don't have to do the bounties again, but we can.
I mean, I'm okay with.
We can just do win with 7 deuce, win 200 each or 7,000.
7,000.
Rampage, gonna let it rip.
Sure.
I mean, this is essentially saying I want to play for stacks, right? Or play for my stack. It's a 5-bet with ace queen.
Confirm everybody's in?
Yep. Sounds good.
It's on.
I'm on. I can't really
There are no
see
bounties
anymore,
anymore.
whatever you guys want.
It's just man versus man.
200 per person. Per person. 6, 9, and 7.
Rampage
What are you
versus
drinking?
action.
Green tea. Looks good. Is that from here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
All in. Call once or twice.
Once, please. Send me home.
Rampage on his last
I never
buy-in
left the
says,
stream
send
before,
me
but
home.
This could be a good first.
He just has the dark vibes right now.
So you guys
Almost
wanna
feels
do, like,
impossible to
500 for
win.
9-6
Is
or
he
7
wrong?
either one
He's
of
wrong.
them?
He hits an
We
ace.
said 200 a person.
He hits an ace.
Yeah, but we can
Just needs to dodge a 10. He does.
Just 10s.
Rampage. I'm not going to say he's back, but he's on the road to recovery. He's in rehab.
I meant it too.
Yeah, but it's not fair.
That's
You
when
can't
you know.
say that. Yeah. Because then it's like 90-10 after that.
I wasn't trying to. That's the issue. I mean, that's why I won. Sorry.
Ray says, this is stream poker, not real-world cash game poker. It's impossible to make a living with this kind of play. Big swings look good on TV, but you eventually go broke. That is actually a great point, Ray. Remember that this is a different meta, especially today in the bounty game, but streamed poker is just different.
51?
Don't try to go Action Dan, your local casino game.
Okay.
Okay?
Why have to be a...
These guys are playing a different game.
So strange.
Yeah, because
The way that stream poker plays, it's just different.
Got 5,100 now.
Strategies that can just crush streamed poker will have incredibly negative implied odds and make you go essentially bankrupt if you try to employ those same strategies in your local 2-5 game.
2,000.
Jungleman has aces. Watch out. Finally, he's thinking, finally. Finally, it's my turn. Look at this guy. He's like, okay, I'm gonna kind of furrow my brow. Dylan was the 3-better. Action Dan gets out of the way. And he just saw Rampage in a similar spot 5-bet with ace-queen and be good. And said he's just going to call, and he's a dodge a queen. Well, he has the ace of hearts, so I don't think he's going anywhere. Jungleman with 2 black aces. Doesn't love this flop. He wants to make sure they're black aces. Yep. Nothing red in there, so. What kind of sizing do you use here? You want to set up a pot size bet on the turn, right? That's the key. So you don't need to go a lot.
We're trying the celebrity poker thing.
Well, that's smaller than I would have liked. 3,000. Is he trying to induce a raise? This is a down bet from the previous street. Dylan's going to take the good price. Hey, if you get a good price like that, I say just take it. You don't need to raise. Take the great pot odds. Neither player loving that card, but it shouldn't really impact Jungleman too much. If he's ahead, he's ahead. And he doesn't want to let a heart get there. And now the stack to pot ratio is weird. What do you do? Do you do another milking bet? 5K, something like that? I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is here. He's trying to get it all in, I think. But I'm not sure. Miracle Worker. He's wearing Dylan's hat. Dylan over there with hat hair. Because his hat is on his opponent's head. Jungleman trying to pull off a miracle here. He's down 50,000 tonight. We're trying to get it back on this hand. That's a healthy bet. That is a very healthy bet. And the problem here for Dylan is this is a fourth of his chips. So if he makes this call, there'll be 34,600 in the pot. He'll have 24,000 behind. Is he ever getting paid if he hits his heart? That's what I want to ask. Only if his opponent has the king of hearts, so that's already a cooler. But I don't think so. That's the problem with being out of position and trying to hit a draw here. Oh, okay, so he's going to go all in. I like that better. I do like this better because you at least have fold equity now. Dylan, a very bright person, figures out these weird spots quite well. I've always been very impressed by that. And he's putting Jungleman in a tough spot. This is not a trivial call with aces.
Probably not.
Has Dylan ever been bluffing in this spot all night? No. He's always had it, except for this time.
Not be an idiot, not bet this stupid fold.
No, be an idiot. Make a stupid fold.
No. 12 combos. Versus.
You gotta be careful.
All right, I'm gonna try not to look like an idiot in case I'm wrong. I have a good hand, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, steroid.
I just think that you just probably don't have a flush very much.
Uh-oh.
Ace, king, hearts, ace, queen, hearts. I'm not trying to slow roll, I'm just making sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I think it's just too hard to have a flush.
Call, once or twice.
Can we run it twice?
Twice, sure, right? Aces.
I have a flush draw, yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Twice?
I mean, I was nervous.
He needs to hit a heart. Dylan has all the heart in the world. Can he hit a heart?
It was actually a good
2
bluff. I was
times.
pretty afraid.
Come on, Dylan.
Yeah.
Come on, Dylan. Let's do it twice. Oh, that's not one. All right, he needs a heart. Dylan has shown so much heart tonight. He has battled in one of the most insane poker games to ever exist. Heart. Damn it.
Sorry about that.
And that is going to be the end for Dylan. Dylan, we salute you.
Here's the hat.
Let's see those 07s in the chat. Salute this man. Dylan gave it his everything.
I'll take the hat back. I'll take that.
And just got wasted.
You're right. It would be.
He tried. He let it all go.
Thanks, man.
Slow roll.
Well, I said I'm probably not going to fold. I was just making sure.
Isn't that what they call it?
Slight knit roll. I mean, look at what the board was.
Is it 51 too?
51. So, 51 guys, it's 51. 200 shot.
That is a scary table.
Raise to 6.
That is a scary ass table. And Dylan came in on late notice. He's a late notice fighter. He's like Volkanovski before that second Islam fight.
6'9".
Coming in on short notice.
Thank you.
Didn't even know the rules really before he got there.
My 1-3 better than night gets 4 better.
And goes for it. In the end, died on his shield. And we salute you for that.
We don't know, Lex. We just have mental problems.
Gambling problems.
You think we're like, oh, I got a read on
I should. No, I know you don't have. I'm just saying. I'm not implying
It's
that.
just 200 each.
Yes.
Zach W says, I forgot Lex O was at this table. Burned by Zach W. Lex O, you got burned by Zach W. I did too.
I'm just saying.
I mean, where is Lex O? I think Lex O's been gone.
To be honest.
How long do we have, Sammy?
I don't see any Lex O anywhere. Where did he go?
You guys want to just do that for the remainder?
Sure. We can do it for the remaining, but I'm definitely leaving.
Make a bigger bounty.
Okay. You cool with that, Pat?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I guess we don't have a consecutive bounty.
3 hands of 1-2.
Come on, that's what Dan needs right now. It's like medicine, you know? Start it next hand. Everyone cool with that?
But in his defense, he got there by letting it rip. Earlier in the stream, he tried to hero call with that 5 on an ace-queen board. He was wrong. Then he tried to stand up to Dan with pocket 7s. Dan had aces, and then he just drills a set and gets max value.
And then we'll play whatever you want to play.
What?
Like you'll
So-
go for a washroom break and then
He went for it in a couple of big spots, and we give him credit for that.
Yeah, bathroom. Sorry, American.
I'm only giving him a hard time because I like the guy.
Can't tell if it's sarcasm or not.
And I want to peer pressure him to play wilder.
I just want to play. I just want to play.
Sure.
They just want to play bigger.
I'll play bigger. I have to get over my stomach ache. I call. But yeah, I guess I'll just plow through it.
Playing in these high-stakes poker games, it's like moving on from weed to like harder drugs. And then once you start using those harder drugs, you need more. You got to go harder drugs. You got to keep going up the line. The old stuff isn't going to do it anymore. 2550, that's for pussies. Look, they've now officially changed it. Look at the graphic in the bottom right. It's now 5100 with a 200 straddle. They need the juice, man. Daddy needs his stuff.
And the game was breaking. It was like 2 in the morning. And I didn't want to play heads up with Garrett.
So 1-2, right?
But I wanted to play with this other guy.
Yeah. 1-2, right?
I was running hot that night against Garrett. Okay. And I was like, whatever, I'll play 3-handed. And the guy said like only if he gets super button, which means he's the button every single hand.
Yeah.
So Garrett was perma small blind, and I was perma big blind. Okay. So every hand I was putting in $400. Every fucking hand.
That's kind of nuts.
It was nutty, dude. It was nutty.
Is that much of a spot? Yeah.
But I had.
You guys don't do drugs. Just play super high-stakes poker instead. I'm saying you can get your fix there.
So I could just like check when Garrett folded.
Drugs are super negative EV.
It's really interesting.
Super high-stakes gambling poker. That'll take care of everything. You'll get your fix.
It was pretty funny.
Everything will work itself out. Trust the system. Saving one addict at a time. High-stakes poker games.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I get 10 white, 10 1Ks and then 500s?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, here we go. 4 ways.
Check.
And this time it's Dan who flops a set of 7s. Unfortunately, he won't be able to get revenge on Lex O. After getting wrecked with pocket 7s, it's now his turn. And how does Mariano not think he's good here?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mariano's got to think he's good. But no reason to raise yet. Action Dan needs to figure out how to get the money in the middle here. 6,400 now in this pot. I think you make it look extra bluffy, go big, and he does. He goes over pot size. 9,000. And this is where Action Dan's image can get paid, but Mariano just lets it go. How tilting is that? Dan not letting him know anything, but Mariano's going to watch this back later and feel very proud of himself.
Did you give me 15,
nice
Dan?
fold.
Did you give me 15?
Yes,
Great instincts.
Okay, cool.
Did you give me?
You don't need to stand up to him every time.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like you have to.
No, I didn't know, like, I
Wow.
gave you 15. I just didn't verify, like, how much you gave me.
He did give
Nice. Cool, thanks, Pat.
Mariano going with a gut read there. That was a gut read because he didn't give himself time to doubt it. Felt it, boom. A sign of a good professional sometimes. Not overthinking. You played enough poker, you trust your gut, it's usually right. Doyle Brunson talks about it in Super System. He calls it the sense of recall, right? It's not like you need to remember all these specifics about each player. You're just kind of taking it all in, staying in the flow of the game, and then when you look at a player and they make a bet, you have this sense of recall where subconsciously you're remembering all the moments you've had with them, all the things they've done. And then you use that sense of recall to make your decision. And that's what Mariano did there. Just boom.
Wants to kill me.
I don't think a lot of players would have folded there against that opponent in particular.
Is there any way that one of you guys would play three-handed so we can keep going?
I'm not going to play it, Dan.
No? All right.
How's your headache?
I'll do 4.
How's your headache?
It's getting better, actually. That's good. I'm, like, pounding this cold water.
Oh, lovely.
Let's see. So that's a raise or a straddle?
Kind of mad at
Fold.
myself. Obviously, like, I am a big fan of Garrett. I was supposed to play a year and a half ago.
Do you guys want to add an
a
ante?
Wednesday game. I sold action for it and stuff, whatever. But I texted Ryan. I'm like, I think it's just gonna be too big for me.
That was like your last chance to play them.
Yeah, this was like last September, not this past one, but the one before. Yeah. And I was gonna do, I think it was 51 or 25-50. Yeah, and I'm just like, I just think it's too big. Like, I think I'm just gonna get crushed. So I canceled, and it was like Garrett, airball, whatever, and that would have been the time I got to play with them.
Yeah.
But it was massive. It was like 100K buy-ins.
Are you a fan or not really?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Maybe you made the right
It's not
decision.
an off-course thing.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people don't like them.
No, but I'm definitely a fan of.
We are approaching the end of the epic bounty game 2.0.
Oh yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us. Bink the like button if you haven't already. I mean, if this stream doesn't deserve a like, I don't know what would ever do. Chat pros have too high of standards then. Or you know what?
It's like kind of.
If you honestly dislike this stream, bink the dislike button and do it.
But I don't know him as a person, so I don't know. Maybe.
Dislike the stream. Go. Make your voice
I'm
heard.
sure he handled that shit better.
Yeah.
That was a big blunder.
What a night it has been. Final chip counts now. Mariano with almost $250,000 in his stack. The story of the night, Action Dan, he finishes at 80%. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. 80% is now the official Action Dan line for VPips. That is meant to be. He finishes at 80%. Now let's look at the cumulative winnings. Mariano up nearly 200,000. Lex O and Ted up a combined 26,000. Everyone else loses big, including Action Dan, down 70,000. But he is the true hero of this game. Number one in all of our hearts. The GOAT, Action Dan. Have a great night, everyone.